I rather die for. Step aside everyone. This dragon girl may be hurt right now but her strength is still formidable. I will kill her myself and retrieve the beast core. Without exception, the rest gladly took a step back to allow the old-timer to do the deed. They've done enough as it was and wouldn't hurt to have someone else do some laboring in this case. However, Dragony wasn't the type to go down without a fight. Suddenly showing a stubborn smile along her lovely face, the girl's behavior left the other side wondering on why she's able to laugh in this situation. Are you from the Celestial Palace? She asks. Senior Yu chuckled. Yes, my Shifu is the lead alchemist in the Celestial Palace. Is that so? Smiling even deeper at the confirmation, Dragony did not show any sort of anger from earlier. If you are then that makes you mother's enemy. So, I won't let you have your way. You! Feeling an ominous sensation creeping up his back, Senior Yu instinctively pointed his finger out. Sure enough, the girl's complexion quickly took on a paler tone as traces of blood flowed out of her lips. This deathly appearance could only mean one thing and it's damning. You self-destructed your own core? The old shameless bastard exclaims, his eyes burning with rage and disbelief. No! How can you do this? Stop right this instant. The ice fruit takes a millennium to mature. After all these years, this is the only one I found. What is my granddaughter supposed to do if she destroys her own core? Damn this dragon girl. Ah! She's dead anyways. Why can't she just help save someone else instead of destroying my last hope? Pity for the old-timer. He's a step too late at this point in doing anything. Once Dragony fell backwards and spewed up a mouthful of blood, the act was done. He's stunned with his hand reaching out, those eyes dull and lifeless until they evolved into a look of pure rage. You actually did it. Why can't you just save someone if you're going to die anyways? You selfish and damnable being. Even if you die you will go to hell for this, never to be reborn again. Painfully cusping his own head, the old bastard behaved like the world's collapsing before his very eyes. How can this world have such a selfish person? First it was stealing my ice fruit, then it's destroying their own core so I can't take it. Why are all demons such ruthless and damnable creatures? They all deserve to die. Dragony naturally noticed the bastard's expression and smiled in response. It's not mocking nor ridiculing, but a very innocent and resolved one that left her eyes a blurry mess due to the tears coming out. But that was until the corner of her view noticed a panic-stricken face coming from afar. Mother. I'm sorry I couldn't get stronger, I couldn't protect you. If there is an afterlife, I want to be your biological daughter. That way I can grow up by your side from childhood. But now I can't accompany you anymore. Gradually closing her eyes as the heaviness took her, Dragony's breathing began to weaken and the life fading from the skin. Her appearance has grown incredibly transparent under the sun's light, making the girl look like she's about to disappear at any time. I rather die. 5. Dragony. A heart-wrenching cry echoes across the sky and causes all to look her way. The voice was filled with emotions, but more were that of pain and distress. Dragony felt a tensing ache as well after hearing the familiar note. Why now? Why did it have to be at such a time? Even if I die, I didn't want her to see me in such a sorry state. The newly arrived figure didn't take any time to lung down to the ground and sweep the dying girl off the ground. There's sadness and anger in those eyes, which swiftly manifested into a powerful burst of energy flowing out from the body and onto the ground. Bai Xiachen was also here, but instead of his usual mischievous self, he merely stood behind his mother with eyes staring intently at the withered girl's face. There's no life, just like a tree that's about to fall and die. Dragony shouldn't be like this. She is always active and happy. How did things turn out like this? Did you kill my daughter? Bai Yan's cold hard gaze swept across the line of scums until it landed on the single elder responsible for this all. Immediately the clouds boomed and a series of thundering rocked the sky. In light of the strong entrance, Senior Yu didn't back down in the least. He's the disciple of the head alchemist within the Celestial Palace, a person with incredible backing and a representative of his Shifu. Regardless of the foe, he must keep face. What does it have to do with me when it's your daughter who's seeking death? The old-timer grits his teeth with burning anger in the voice. But seeing how you're indiscriminately blaming others without proper evidence, then it's no wonder she's so selfish. That brat would rather destroy her own beast core than to save my only granddaughter. Such a selfish person doesn't deserve to live in this world. As if provoked by that statement, Bai Yin suddenly started to laugh wildly, causing a ringing effect across this mountain. You're trying to take my daughter's core. That's equivalent to taking her life. I do not understand what it means to be selfless for others, but I do know that if someone shows me respect, then I will do the same. As for those who doesn't, I, Bai Yin, will always return that favor 100-fold. Growing colder in her voice as the anger grew in kind. Since you forced my daughter to die, then I will let you all pay back this blood debt with your own blood. Don't think about running away, none of you will live. Swish. In that very instant, a gush of flame rose from the ground and began to devour everything within her vicinity, leaving only a small circle free of destruction. Of the ones that managed to survive Dragone's initial burst of ice blast, many were very vigilant to begin with due to what occurred to some of them, but this time it's beyond their means to dodge or avoid. Next thing that happened were a series of ear-piercing cries of pain and pleas for mercy. Save me, Senior Yu. Please save me, I don't want to die. Of the closest to the elder, the poor man that's been devoured in flame reached out with a hand for aid. Unfortunately, before those fingers could even make contact or do anything else, the flesh had already incinerated into nothingness, leaving only a pile of ash in its wake. Do you think you're all that by murdering these innocent people? Your daughter isn't even killed by them. What right do you have in taking their life? Bai Yin ignored the questioning, only raising her hand to materialize a sword into existence. Bloodstain the Dragon Mountain 1. Boom! Slashing down with enough power to create a sonic boom. Bai Yan's attack left the elder pale white as he rapidly dodged backwards in order to save himself. However, due to the suddenness of it all, Senior Yu was now disheveled and messy, looking after regaining his footing. Who the hell are you? The elder asks with narrowed eyes. Bai Yin still didn't answer the question. She only wants to kill them all because they're the reason her daughter was dying. Then without any signal, she charges into the trapped crowd at lightning speed. Wherever her blade swung was when a human fell. Ruthless and without mercy, she's truly a death god right now as her godslayer reaped the life out of these people. Those who caused my daughter's death all deserve to die. I don't care if these people are accomplices or not, the very fact they're here is enough. They will pay for what they did. Now it's finally dawned on the old bastard that he's made a terrible mistake. Up until that point, Senior Yu still believed Bai Yin to be not a huge threat, and that he could overcome her with everyone present. But his underestimating would be his own undoing as he kept retreating and retreating against that endless assault. What should we do now, Senior Yu? A young-looking man asks with pale complexion after losing an arm. This individual also noticed the huge gap in power and sought help. How am I supposed to know? This woman is simply crazy in the head. It's not like we killed her daughter or anything. That's right, in the old bastard's head, he's not responsible for Dragone's current state. Rather, it's the girl herself who self-destructed, so the blame doesn't lie with them. Bai Yin has no qualification or right to attack them at all. But Senior Yu, a lot of the men we brought along are now dead because of her. Gritting his teeth, the young anxious man forces out the one thought he had. Why don't you go apologize? Although that dragon girl wasn't personally slain by your hands, it's still partly your fault that she committed suicide. Just admit to the crime, Senior Yu. Then all of us can escape after we quell that woman's anger. This was an act of desperation to even suggest such a thing for the individual. He wants to flee like everyone else here. But Bai Yin had already sealed their escape route by placing a sea of flame in a circling formation, making it impossible to run without suffering incredible damage or even their life. Getting sharp in his old eyes. Have me apologize? Are you listening to yourself? Which fault did I do? How can you be so cowardly? The young man's expression promptly got ugly after hearing that rebuke, and with good reason. They only came to search for someone at the offer of a reward, not to put their lives on the line and die. The other side was clearly provoked by Senior Yu himself, so the men gathered didn't want to pay the price for the mistake of someone else. Now that's where you're wrong, Senior Yu. Yes, we accepted your deal of helping you, but the deal only involved us searching out the dragon girl. Why should we risk our lives when we never offered it? How about this, you go and prove to that woman that the rest of us are innocent? The old-timer sneered. You think it's going to be that easy? You've all accepted my deal, so I expect you to carry out your work without hassle. Don't think there's no risk after taking advantage of my offer. If I can't escape from this today, then none of you will. Bloodstain the Dragon Mountain 2. Even though there were countless mourning cries along this mountain right now, the old bastard's remark still caught their ears and struck a nail into their already anxious hearts. They've always thought of Senior Yu as someone kind and righteous, a person deserving of respect. But here, what respect? He's downright selfish to demand them to die for him. Unfortunately for these poor souls, Bai Yan wasn't going to stand idly by while they quibble and slew another dozen or so of them before they could react. But one person was still one person. In light of this, many of them still remained. The only one who really wants the dragon girl to die is you, Senior Yu. As long as you confess to the crime and put in a few words for us, then she will certainly spare the rest of us. Why won't you save us when you're going to die anyways? The last bit of that sentence was exactly the same as the one Senior Yu used against Dragoni earlier, and now it's their turn to use against the old-timer. What irony! After suffering another attack along the chest and coughing up a mouthful of blood at the hands of Bai Yan's swing, Senior Yu gets cruel in his voice. Humph, you all took advantage of me when the benefits are there, and now you're demanding I sacrifice myself when things turn bad? I admit this woman is stronger than me and that I can't resist her, but I won't go down alone. If I die, then I'll drag you all down with me, haha. Yes, why should he die for the sake of others? That just doesn't make sense for Senior Yu, who still felt he's being wronged here. Of course, the attitude he's showing enraged the young man that had already lost an arm due to his inaction. Then what is all that from earlier? You reprimanded the dragon girl when she refused to give you her beast core, and now you're doing the same. Why do we have to die for you when you refuse to be selfless and sacrifice yourself for your own mistake? We've truly been blinded by you. I thought you were a true man, a genuine person of character, but you're no better than a shameless bastard that hides behind lies and deceit. If I had known you were this kind of person, then forget about a level 13 Dan pill. I wouldn't come even if you gave me a bottle. Unfortunately for the young man who's lost an arm, there's no such thing as turning back time in this world after making a terrible mistake. Under the dreaded grayness of the dark sky hanging above this holy dragon mountain, blood stains the ground and creates a scene of carnage in its wake. Even so, this could never elevate the pain suffered by the mother who's lost a daughter today. Oomph! Senior Yu's expression turns mad crazy, revealing a wild laugh as he yelled out his last will. I am the head alchemist's disciple. Killing me won't save you, woman. After the Celestial Palace gets wind of what happened here today, you and your family will all die, ha ha ha. Bloodstain the Dragon Mountain 3. Senior Yu closes those eyes slightly and held a snickering sneer along his face. He's aware the end for him has come, and the only baggage he has left to worry about would be his one and only granddaughter. Bai Yan continued to act like she's deaf to the threat. Swinging her blade, she slashes down to give a lethal blow to the old-timer across the chest, thus sealing his fate. From start to end, she's never let Dragoni down from her arms like a sleeping princess. One being she couldn't bear to let the girl go. The second was that satisfied smile there. It's killing Bai Yan knowing her daughter was smiling because she came but was too late to save her. Mother, Dragoni won't die, right? She won't die. Bai Xiachen crouches down on the ground, his eyes tearing up as he muttered this out. Mother, you must have a way to save her. As much as the woman wanted to say yes, she just couldn't. Hanging her head down in a displaced and guilty fashion. If I had come a little earlier, then I might have. This is my fault for not coming faster. It's not like Bai Yan wasn't trying to come up with a method, but the core of a demon was equivalent to their life. By self-destructing, it was the same as committing suicide. And that's exactly what Dragoni did there to herself. Knowing that fact, the hurting mother did something she's never done before. And as it so happens, that action was caught by the steam bun, who looked up after noticing the behavior. Mother is crying? Those bastards not only killed Dragoni, they also made Mother cry. Promptly, a surge of monstrous killing intent pours out from the young boy's body, his face hard and serious like never before seen. Ha ha! Senior Yu saw the results of his deed and coughed up a weak laugh but sarcastic laugh. Even if you kill me, your daughter won't be coming back to life. Such a selfish person, she deserves such a ending. Boom! Unable to hold back her rage, Bai Yen suddenly turns to the dying elder and swung her godslayer again. This time instead of across the chest, it's to dismember his arm entirely from the main body. A fountain of blood spewed out as a result. What? You want to kill me because you're angry? Then go ahead, kill me. No matter what, my Shifu will definitely come avenge me, huh? Truth was this mocking attitude was a deliberate attempt by the dying man to get his end faster. He's afraid the woman across from himself would try something else like torture. By then dying would be an act of mercy. Unfortunately, Senior Yu thought too lowly of Bai Yen still. From start to finish, this demon queen has never intended to let the old-timer off easy. She may have sealed the man's physical body's fate, but that doesn't mean she would let his soul off the hook. What did my daughter do to deserve this fate? She's always been well-behaved and sensible, never going out of her way to cause trouble. Smiling with a bone-numbing chill, Bai Yan's face would bring shudder to anyone who meets it. She may be a demon, but a life is a life. What right do you have to take someone else's life? Swish. Without hesitation, Bai Yen throws a stabbing motion out with her blade, piercing right through Senior Yu's chest and out his back. You forced my daughter to her death. For that, I will make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Her voice resonated with power at this moment, like a vow to heaven's rule. The method to save her one. Looks like this woman is just all talk with that foul mouth of hers. In the end she still stabbed me with her sword. Now I can move on and not suffer so much. However, Senior Yu soon realizes his momentary relief was short-lived after jinxing it. Next thing he knew was the woman reaching up to his forehead with a hand and made a gripping motion. Before he could tell what's happening, a difficult and indescribable pain shocked his soul like it's being ripped from his body. When he finally returned to his senses after a long while of being in a dazed state, what welcomed his eyes were the body of himself. To be exact, the dead version of himself with rolled eyes sprawled along the floor. As for the current him, he's merely floating there in the air like a transparent ghost. What did you do to me? Pop. Unable to say more, a flame suddenly took to life underneath himself and engulfing his ghost soul in the process. Senior Yu thought he experienced pain before already, but this torturous sensation was beyond anything he could ever imagine. There's no way to describe it, simply soul-reaching and causing his mind to go insane. I said it, you hurt my daughter, so I'll make your fate worse than death. Holding the cold body of the girl in her arms even tighter than before, Bai Yan's pained face told everyone she didn't feel any better after doing the deed. Not in the slightest. Why did it have to be like this? Avenging Dragony won't bring her back. Why did I have to be late? Crouching to the ground at the thought of her own failure, the crying mother wanted to use her own body's warmth to change reality. But try as she might, it's futile, causing the scene to appear even more lonely and sad. Exactly then, a grieving voice abruptly cuts through this silence, followed shortly by the clear sound of another belonging to a young man's. Moly, piggy. Why are you running so fast? Where are you going? Wait for. Yet the person couldn't finish his sentence because he could see the familiar figure crouching on the ground and silently weeping. What's going on? Why do I feel so hurt when seeing this picture and so familiar as well? It's like I know someone similar and ached for them too. I can't remember. Flying over with great speed by flapping his little wings, Moly the piggy practically threw himself in front of the girls with a tearful face. He howled out in pain and retaliation at the heavens for taking Dragony's life. Dragony woohoo! Reaching out with his pig trotters to poke at the dead girl's face in hopes of getting a reaction, the poor thing kept shaking his head in denial after getting none. Queen Mother, what happened to Dragony? Is she dead? Covering her own eyes, Bai Yen didn't want others to see her crying face, nor did she ask why Emoli Shang the young man and his companion the winged piggy was here. She simply wasn't in the mood for that. The method to save her too. Yen. Emoli Shang found his heart pumping with heartache after finding the woman's tearful face. Did I come too late? If me and Moly, piggy, had come earlier, then perhaps we could have helped. That way Yen wouldn't be so sad. It's not your fault, Shan. Bai Yen shook her head before gradually coming back up. It's my fault for not protecting Dragony properly. It's because of me. 1,000 years ago many of her closest family and friends left her, and 1,000 years later the same tragedy ensues. The cause of all this? The celestial palace. Showing an angry face of vicious nature, the woman vows to herself, I will make them all pay, make them pay for all they've done to me. The winged piggy continued to sob though. Queen Mother, please save Dragony Woo, please save her. I'm sorry, but not even I can repair a destroyed core. I don't know how. For the first time in her life, Bai Yin felt useless and weak because she couldn't save her own daughter. No. Queen Mother, I know a way to save Dragony, you can save her. Molly the piggy suddenly stops crying and pleads with a serious face. He had always heard a voice in his head telling him to do various things. For example, protecting Dragony was among one of them. Bai Yan's hand openly shuddered at the notion. Hurrying to grab the piggy with her free hand, the woman's eye was flaring with hope. Is it true? What you say is true. I can save Dragony? Tell me now, how do I save her? As long as she's able to save Dragony, then she would do anything and try anything. Dragony seems to have ate something called the ice fruit. Molly the little piggy appears bewildered in the face for some reason. You absorbed the essence blood of your husband the Demon King and integrated it with your own. That means your blood carries a certain level of his power. By infusing your blood with the ice fruit inside her body, it can then restore Dragony's demon core. Mother! Bai Xiachen cries out after hearing there's hope. Does that mean my blood will work too? He wants to save Dragony as much as anyone else, so he's more than willing to use his own blood. Furthermore, the steam bun doesn't want his mother to shed her blood specifically. Shaking his piggy head. I don't know, but I have a voice in my head telling me it must be Queen Mother's blood. Your voice. Bai Yin locked onto that key piece of detail and frowned, nodding his piggy head. Back when I first saw Dragony, the voice in my head told me I must exhaust my life to protect her. Afterwards it disappeared, only coming back out again at this moment. What? So you weren't joking around with me when you first said there's a voice? Emoli Shang the young lad exclaims, his face full of shock. A while back his companion the winged piggy already mentioned this key fact with him. But the young man only took it as a joke and left it at that. To think it's real. The method to save her 3. I'm not lying, I'm really not lying. Molly the winged piggy gets all anxious in the face after noticing the doubt coming his eye. Tearing up like a child. Queen Mother, you have to save her, only you can save her. Bai Yin did not respond right away, only slowly crouching down with the girl in her arm while caressing Dragony's increasingly deathly face. There's true warmth in her face as she muttered what's in her heart. Dragony, from the time I decided to take you, and I have always thought of you as my daughter. No matter what happens or the price, I will bring you back. Even if that means going to hell and dragging your soul back into this world, nothing will stop me. Bai Xiachen's little heart openly shuddered at the idea of going to hell. Tugging at the woman's sleeve. Mother? Xiachen, you don't want to save Dragony? Bai Yin stares at her son, that voice gentle but winded due to the emotions coming forward. Shaking his head. Dragony is my family, so of course I want to save her, but I want to try first. If my blood is useless, then we can try yours, Mother. If it works, then Mother won't have to get hurt. Xiachen, I'm sorry, but if Molly insists on it being me, then there must be a reason. Why waste your blood? Giving her boy a ruffle along the head. Listen to me, I must save her. As distressed as he was, the steam bun knew his argument was lost in this case. Biting those lips, he frustratingly lets go of Bai Yan's sleeve and accept the situation. Only I can be a little stronger, then I can protect Mother and Dragony instead of letting them get hurt. Bai Yin saw the feeling of her boy and the guilt he felt. Normally she would console him and say it's okay, but those words are pointless now and she knew it. Without another word, the woman pulls out a blade and draws a small line across the finger, thus allowing the golden fluid to trickle down to her daughter's cheek. Perhaps this was too much for Bai Yin because her complexion instantly went white. In the end, the woman had to lean in against her son for support, otherwise she might have fell backwards over then. Unfortunately, the one drop wasn't nearly enough and forced the woman to press out a second one. Finally, exuding a dreadfully vast amount of frost from the body, Dragony's soul stirred but not in a good way. What's going on here? Bai Yin collapsed after nearly losing consciousness. It took her a good moment to regain her composure, but when she did, the following scene sent her into a panicking state due to it not working as she thought. Molly cries out as well. I don't know, the voice in my head tells me this is what we need to save her. Queen Mother, did we hurt Dragoni? The method to save her. 4. Dragoni, don't be afraid, Mother is here by your side. Bai Yin murmurs this after forcing herself to calm down. She was afraid and panicked there for a second, but she also believes Molly wouldn't lie, so it's going to be alright. Mother. Bai Xiaqin's eyes lit up then after noticing something crucial. Dragoni is breathing again. It's at this moment a faint movement could be seen from the girl's chest, indicating she's alive again. Though weak and small, life has returned. Nearly having her heart jump out from excitement, Bai Yin hugs the girl in her arms even harder, hoping the physical contact would accelerate the recovery. Dragoni, Mother will never let you go again, nor will I let anyone hurt you again. Such pain, she couldn't bear it a second time, not ever. As if to answer the good news, the dark clouds that has covered the area above their heads also dispersed, revealing the bright blueness and the warm sun in the sky. Wanting to join in on the embrace, the steam bun also crouched down to hug the girls. Mother, I promise I will get stronger and protect Dragoni. I won't let anyone hurt her at all. Even though the boy remains young in his age, but the face was firm and strong. Moved by the picture, Emily Shangtin, who's been watching from one side, couldn't turn away, showing a bittersweet smile. Molly, you stay with them from now on? Master. The winged piggy turns around with shock in his eye. Is what you're saying true? I can really stay? Grabbing his chest like he's hurt, the young man appeared sad along the face. Why are you agreeing so quickly when I said you can stay? Your behavior, do you know how much it hurts me? We've been living together for so long, you rascal. But you're not comfortable leaving Queen Mother alone. Nor do I feel comfortable either, so why should I feel guilty about staying? You agree, right? Molly replies with innocence in his voice, like he's not doing anything wrong, which in kind was akin to a stab in the heart for the other side. Emily Shang's clearly not used to his partner acting so cruelly. For example, every time in the past when he said he would lose Molly after getting in an argument, the piggy would always cling onto his leg and sob all day long. Now look what's happening. The little fella was willing to ditch him so fast. Fine, Molly, you can stay, but you must protect Dragoni at all cost. If I find out Yin Yin is sad again with you here, I will break your leg as punishment, you understand? Emily Shang threatens after pulling a long face. The piggy promptly shrank his neck back after hearing this. In comparison to his current master, the poor fella obviously felt it's better to stick with the ladies since he never got scolded like this. Furthermore, Bai Yin would also give him snacks when she's feeling sweet, a polar opposite to Emily Shang's attitude. The only issue was, at the thought of Dragoni's distaste for pigs, Molly would get very tired in the heart. Oh, how am I supposed to win her over? Xiaqin, Bai Yin slowly gets up. Dragoni will be alright now, so let's head back to the city. Your father is going to be worried. Plus we need to send more demons here to search for the missing guards. Okay. Bai Xiaqin cleverly reached out to hold the woman's hand, but his eyes never left the little girl's frail body. But Mother, won't Dragoni be cold like this? Do you want me to help warm her up a little? The method to save her. 5. The ice fruit is automatically helping repair her core. We can no longer do anything else at this point aside from wait. She will wake up on her own once the time comes. It could be months or even years before that happens, but one thing was for certain, Bai Yin won't give up on this daughter of hers. Regardless of Dragoni returning to her old self or becoming a cripple, this mother only has one wish, and that was her girl being alright and able to live her life. Celestial Palace. Not far away in a certain manner, a certain sick-looking lady was currently covering her own mouth with a handkerchief when she noticed the blotch of red stain from the deed. It pained the lady, which instantly roused a comment from the nearby maid. Miss, should we inform the house chief? No. The lady by the name of Yu Shirshir shakes her head. Grandfather has gone out to find medicine for me already. I will recover once I take it, so let's not worry others. But why hasn't grandfather returned yet after so long? For some strange reason, she's got this uncomfortable sensation something was off, and it frightened her. This won't do. I have to go to the Celestial Palace and ask Healer Yu to help me find grandfather. That said, the young lady promptly pulls herself up from the ground. From a technical standpoint, the person called Healer Yu should be addressed as Grandshifu Yu by the girl here, since that person was her grandfather's Shifu. However, There's also another layer to their relationship since she's also the old man's disciple, thus complicating the relationship. But miss, your body. The maid sounded even more worried now, smiling to not alarm her servants. I'm all right, you don't have to worry too much about me. If you're still worried, then you can accompany me. This way you can help if anything does happen. After throwing this down, the young lady didn't leave room for discussion and stepped forward for the exit. Over in the main palace wing, the material and decorations here were magnificent to say the least. Even so, it could never mask the foulness of two females fighting over a man. Right as Eushirshir arrived at the entrance, she was welcomed by an unwelcomed individual who happened to be leaving at the same time as her. Eushirshir, what are you doing here? It can't be, are you here to look for the Lord? Yunruoshi snickers a chuckle, her tone mocking and disgusting as ever while she spoke to the sickly lady. If so, then I can tell you now the celestial Lord is not around. Too bad your trip is in vain. Furthermore, I am his fiancée. If anyone should entertain the Lord, it should be me. Fiancé, this word was equal to a sharp thorn poking at Eushirshir's already frail heart. Smiling coldly to retort, the sickly lady doesn't back down. Ha, as far as I know the celestial Lord never married you, nor recognize your status. Eushirshir. Darkening in the face at having her sore spot poked at, Yunruoshi wanted to slap the other side but kept it inside due to the other side's background. And how would you know? Back then you weren't even born yet. Whether he is my husband or not, it has nothing to do with you. Unlike someone who only knows how to fantasize about the Lord, I at least met him in person while you only know how to stare at a portrait. The Lord doesn't even know who you are. The jab instantly made Eushirshir draw her hands into a ball due to the frustration she felt. It's true she never met Chui God in person, only crushing on the man because she happened to come across a portrait by chance. Nevertheless, she still fell madly in love with him in light of this thin frail connection. The method to save her. 6. You insolent. The maid from the Yu family saw how her lady was being bullied and snapped out. My family's Mrs. Healer Yu's disciple, so you better show some respect. Not to mention Milady's is young and beautiful, unlike you who is a 1,000-year-old witch. You? Yunruoshi appeared livid across the face. She's lived for 1,000 years, that's true, but she's kept up her appearance very well and hasn't aged in the slightest on the surface. For that she was very proud. To be mocked like this still hurts though. Forget it, Lu Yen. Eushirshir stops her maid by raising a hand. We need to go find my grandchauffeur first, leave her alone. Eushirshir. Getting even more outraged at being ignored, Yunruoshi deliberately lowers her voice into a whisper so others wouldn't catch it. You came here for your grandfather? Ha! As far as I'm aware, your grandfather went out to search for an ice fruit to help cure your body. The fact that he hasn't returned yet doesn't bode well. From my view, he's likely dead at this point. Going icy in the face as well, Eushirshir snaps out as an instinctive reaction. You shut up. Shut up? Why should I shut up? Ticking her lips upward in a sarcastic manner, the old witch gets all cocky and conceited. Your body is a sickly mess. If not for you, your grandfather wouldn't have had to go out to begin with. Why don't you just go off yourself so your loved ones don't have to suffer? Maybe then their lives will be better off. At this moment Yunruoshi only wanted to win a tongue fight, to think her words would actually come true in this case. With her trembling finger pointing at the other girl, Eushirshir wanted to say something in retort, but all that would come out was a stammering of nothingness. Eventually, a squirt of blood flew out of the sickly lady's mouth and caused her to fall backwards over. Miss! The maid rushes over to catch the falling woman. In kind, Yunruoshi also stood there dumbfoundedly. She didn't expect such a strong reaction, especially the blood vomiting part. Without another thought, this old witch immediately tried to make herself scarce and hightail it out of there. Unfortunately for her though, the maid over there caught this. You bitch, you dare bully my lady. Don't you dare leave. The irate maid made a lunge in order to stop her. Originally Yunruoshi wanted to dodge this maneuver, but her eyes have always been a sharp one. Right as she was about to do so, her view caught a glimpse of a certain elder coming out of the celestial palace. Like always, the devious and scheming side came out and she took the blow head on, thus allowing herself to be thrown to the ground and making herself to look like the victim. Eushirshir, I know you love the Lord, But I only said those things to you because I didn't want you to wait in vain and be hurt in the future. I didn't expect you to be so emotional. Showing red in the eye like she's about to cry, the old witch puts on an indignant and aggrieved face. So I am willing to bear anything your maid wished to instill upon me. After all, if it wasn't for me trying to do good, you wouldn't have collapsed and vomited blood either. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace 1. Before Yushurshur could pull herself together and get back up, she was promptly alerted to a loud and infuriated voice from the rear. Outrageous! Yushurshur, how dare you order your maid to attack Rushi? She only had good intentions in mind. Why are you so narrow-sighted? Do you think healer you can protect you forever? Coming forward was none other than Keeper Ling, the grumpy old elder who hated Bai Yen the most. This Yushurshur is getting over her own head. Who does she think she is? The Lord would never take her considering her status. And because of her own small heart, she's blaming Roshi for her own sickness? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I didn't. Yushurshur falls into a panic at the outcry, biting her lip like she's aggrieved. It's her. Roshi said my grandfather died and won't ever come back. It's not related to the Lord. Why are you framing me like this, Sister Shurshur? The old witch makes her eyes all red like they're red to cry. I can never say something cruel like that. Keeper Ling, you have to believe me, I would never say something bad about the Celestial Palace. Senior you is a respected man, I would never. The sickly lady openly gawked her mouth there. She wants to dispute this some more and expose the lying witch, but this level of shamelessness simply left her stunned and lost for words. As a result, the old grumpy keeper took this as a sign of guilt and firmly believed the false story. Noticing the spiraling situation as well, Yushurshur began to stammer and loses her stance. I really didn't. Slowly closing her eyes, the lady knew she's stuck now. Whatever she says, it would only trap her some more. Miss. The maid flew into a rage after seeing how her lady was being wronged. You shameless woman. You clearly framed my lady, how dare you frame her, you? Bang. Exactly then, to silence the loud mouth, Keeper Ling attacked by waving his hand and sending out a shockwave. In an instant, the loyal servant who only wanted to help flew up into the air and slammed into the ground again, causing her to vomit blood like she's severely injured. Quick, go find healer you, only he can save the miss. Another maid who has kept quiet until now cried out to her peers, who promptly rushed into the palace for help. Lu Yen. Yushurshur cries out, her eyes burning with frustration and anger at having her friend hurt. Keeper Ling, my grandshifu, is the head alchemist of the Celestial Palace. Even if he hasn't appeared in public for many years, it doesn't mean he would stand idly by after this. I want to remind you who it is that provides the Dan pills for this place. Don't you think what you did there will make his heart go cold? Sure enough, Keeper Ling went quiet for a while. He knew the underlying threat behind the woman's word and in fact already held back when attacking. Otherwise, considering his grumpy temper, he would have killed the maid already. Also, you should know the old saying of one should know who the master is before hitting a dog. You injured my maid, where does that put me here today? That finally drew a reaction from the grumpy keeper, huffing a grunt. Nothing but a maid. There are no shortages of maids in the Celestial Palace. If you want, I can send you a dozen or so, but your maid insulted Ruashi. That demands punishment. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace, too. You Yushurshur was weak to begin with. Now under the stress of the other side's accusing glare, her trembling face only got worse as she got in front of her maid as a shield. I won't let you hurt my maid, and she's not wrong. Although this lady of the Yu house was the granddaughter of Senior Yu, her personality was nothing alike to the selfish old man. Of the biggest difference here, she's willing to stand up to those in power if she believes the right was on her side despite everything, which was exactly what's happening here. Yushurshur, you dare get in my way when I haven't even punished you yet? Don't forget, your Yu house is only a subordinate faction under the Celestial Palace. What makes you think you can defy me? Gradually darkening across the face, Keeper Ling bluntly states this without a hint of mercy. In light of the threat, the lady did not move though. She may be weak, sickly and powerless, but that won't hinder her stubborn nature. Sure enough, a sarcastic smirk forms along the lady's lip. No wonder the Lord never returned to the palace for so many tears. He's likely chilled to the heart by this group of people. Such a place where everyone blindly believes in this Ruashi's words. What meaning is there to stay here? I'm willing to be punished, but you need to let go of my maid. Yushur bit her lip but kept her firm expression of unyielding nature. Alright, in that case you'll take 3 of my strikes. If you can withstand it, then I'll let your maid off the hook. Keeper Ling says, his eyes flashing a cold menacing light. Of course, because of how sick and frail the other girl was, the old grumpy man would never use his full force and control it in kind. Nevertheless, it still doesn't mean he wouldn't make it hurt to show a point of who's in charge. He's not afraid of Healer Yu coming out to demand an explanation, but he won't allow any loss to come to the Celestial Palace. As an alchemist capable of creating a level 14 grade Dan pill, even he as the strongest keeper around must think twice of crossing the other elder's path. Yushur didn't struggle over the demand. Closing her eyes, she confronts the bastard with her pale face, causing the injured maid in the rear to grow increasingly urgent. The poor maid wanted to cry out several times there, but she didn't have the energy and fell over multiple times in the end as she struggled to get up. However, fate wasn't going to let Yushur meet her end so quickly today. Right as Keeper Ling's palm strike was about to make contact, a loud thundering voice booms over and sent the whole place into a shock. Keeper Ling, what are you doing? The ground rumbles over that echoing voice. Next thing everyone knew was an old elder running a white alchemic robe descending in front of the girls and meeting the attack head-on with his own fist. Sparks flew from the impact almost like metal scraping against metal. What am I doing? Stumbling backwards from the unexpected exchange, it was Keeper Ling who lost the struggle first, getting dark in the face at the new arrival. Why don't you ask your precious disciple over there? Originally Healer Yu still had on an irate face against the grumpy keeper, but that instantly changed once this head alchemist turned around to meet the sickly lady. Sure, tell Grandshifu here what happened. I will help you get justice if you suffered any indignation. Because of the urgency of the matter, those maids from before didn't have time to explain the whole story, only saying Sure was in danger and that he needed to hurry outside. Even so, this head alchemist of the Celestial Palace didn't question the urgency. He knows this girl's personality better than anyone else. Unlike his disciple was who selfish and likes to pick on the weak, this girl was kind, patient and gentle, only ever retaliating when pushed into a corner. Grandshifu, trembling along the eyelashes like she's about to cry. Just now Rushi said my grandfather is dead, is that true? Did something happen befall him? Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace 3. Healer Yu became stunned there for a moment. Earlier his heart also felt uneasy for some unknown reasons. Now it made sense after having the idea brought up. Even if he wasn't particularly fond of that disciple of his, it's still his. How could he tolerate someone offing his student? Furthermore, there's still the question of why She knew about the matter ahead of everyone else. Matching all these points together, it leaves to beckon on whether or not it's the woman herself who sent the ones responsible for the matter. Healer Yu, I never said anything of that sort. Getting all teary red in the eyes, the old witch plays the innocent card. I only kindly mentioned the Lord has a person he already likes. Then Sure suddenly vomited blood from out of the blue. Perhaps my careless remark stimulated her feelings for the Lord and caused such a strong reaction. For that I am truly sorry. But I did not expect Sure to order her maid in attacking me. If Keeper Ling didn't come in the nick of time, I might have died by their hands. Is it wrong for me to show kindness? When speaking the last sentence, the old witch's face grew even more pathetically sad, making it all the more convincing. In response, the old grumpy keeper could feel his anger gushing out, glaring over at his peer who continues to stand guard. I'm sure I don't need to explain the sort of character Rushi has, do I? She would never say something like that. How can you force her like this based solely on Shure's claim? How can you bear it? The sickly lady's appearance visibly trembled over being called a liar and a bad human being. In the end, a squirt of blood came vomiting out of the throat a second time after pressing it down for so long due to the indignation. Turning around after becoming aware of this sound, Healer Yu instantly grew outraged at the sight, getting dreadfully cold in his voice. Compared to Rushi, I rather believe in my students more. It's not enough that you bunch caused the Lord to never return. Now you want to go after my people as well? In that case you can forget about getting any more Dan pills from my end. That said, the head alchemist signals the other maids to come forward in order to help support their lady and injured maid. Take the two of them down to rest. I won't let anyone harm my people again. Also, tell the other keepers here that I won't be supplying any more of my 14th grade products to the Celestial Palace. You can look elsewhere. The logic behind Healer Yu's maneuver was simple. If he's going to provide for these ungrateful bastards, then why not spend it on Shirshir, who has been so good to him? At least this way he could put a foot down so they won't think about kicking him aside after their wings grow hard. Keeper Ling's expression visibly contorted into a mess there. He's outraged, but ashamed at his own lack of constraint to dissolve the situation, which was enough to make him release a dangerous cracking sound along the fists. Keeper Ling, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. The old witch saw this and knew she's done it now. Hurrying to speak with her head hanging down like a repenting child. I shouldn't have reminded Shirshir of the Lord. It's my fault for mistakenly causing all this. Perhaps the incident really left a serious sour note in the old grumpy elder's taste bud. But his tone there didn't resemble any of the comforting and warm tone he used before. These things have nothing to do with you. You is old and stubborn, so it's bound to happen eventually. Go back first and rest. I need to find the other keepers to discuss the matter. Becoming aware of the impatience shown towards herself, Yun Roshi knew what it meant. Slightly shaking in the heart, she hangs her head and left for the exit in silence. However, the tightly clenched balls that were her hands said everything that was truly in her mind. She's jealous of you, Shirshir. That sickly piece of a flashbag wasn't the same as herself. The old witch understood that everything she owns, everything she has, it all came from lies and deceit. Meanwhile, you, Shirshir, truly did own all the love and care in her life, the polar opposite of what Roshi has. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace 4. In the convening hall of the Celestial Palace, the gathered keepers were all showing various kinds of faces due to the fluctuating emotions in their mind. This was especially true for Keeper Yellow, who went up against his grumpy counterpart. What is Ruashi doing? Even if you Shirshir crushes on the Lord, it's not her business to say those things. Now look at what's happening. You is definitely not going to keep supplying us with his Dan pills at this rate. Pausing to glare at this grumpy counterpart, Keeper Yellow gathers his patience lest he explodes. And you, Keeper Ling, you're so old already, how could you not know better? All of us here know how much you loves that girl to the point he takes as her grandchild. There's good reason for the finger pointing here. Unlike the gathered elders in this hall, Healer Yu was the only one capable of concocting alchemic pills of the 14th grade in this whole palace, and it's not a guarantee each time either. Keeper Ling's expression also darkened as he huffed a grunt. Then are you expecting me to sit back while Rushi is being bullied? Is that what you want? A sense of awkward embarrassment filled Keeper Yellow's face over the rebuke. I also cherish Roshi, but this dispute is completely unnecessary. With the calamity so close, our strength is also very important and must be taken into account regarding the overall situation. In other words, he's accusing Keeper Ling of not considering the whole picture and offended Healer Yu out of self-interest, costing them a major opportunity to get the much-needed supplies for the impending fight. Can you all say less? We have enough on our tables as it is. Keeper Zun frowns and stops them all. This time it's clearly Ruashi who's in the wrong first. Out of consideration for everything and to placate Yu's anger at us, we will need her to put up with the grievance and keep the girl away from Shirshir for the time being. Also, Keeper Ling, I want to remind you Shirshir's body have always been weak and frail. If your strike really did land on her, do you think she would be fine? Even if she lived, she would be bedridden for good because of that. You need to be more cautious next time. This time there were no rebukes from the grumpy elder. He knows the matter was partly his fault for being so rash. In fact, he's starting to regret the matter somewhat. Outside the gathering hall, Yun Ruashi's been quietly listening in on their conversation like usual. However, her expression had grown ugly and disgusted after hearing what they wanted her to do. It's like someone pulled a hand into her chest and wrung at the heart, making her twisted and grotesque along the face. Based on what? Why should I be wronged? When have I ever been wronged since I came to the Celestial Palace? That never happened even back when Bai Yin was here. Heaving a long breath to calm her unstable emotions, the old witch turns and left for the outside in anger, never once looking back. I'm going to let them know that you Shirshir can never be compared to me. They will pay for this, they will all pay. About the same time that was occurring, you sure the sickly lady was currently sitting inside a laboratory type of room, her face anxious and impatient while staring at her grandshifu. Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace 5. Half a ring later, Healer Yu finally opens his eyes and revealed a somewhat pale complexion along with a layer of sweat covering that forehead. Grandshifu, did you find my grandfather yet? Yu Sure urgently asks from across the table. No answer came, only silence and a pair of clenched fists from the exhausted elder. Please tell me, did something happen? Now getting even more worried, the sickly lady started sobbing uncontrollably. Don't worry, I can bear the truth. A faint sigh comes out of Healer Yu's mouth at this scene. His old eyes filled with grief. Your grandfather, he's gone. Boom. Like a sunny day suddenly being covered in darkness, Yu Shure's body collapsed and nearly took to the ground. The only reason the lady didn't was thanks to the wall from behind, keeping her back straight and not breaking apart. How did this happen? How could something have happened to grandfather? He promised to come back quickly. I won't believe it, I won't. As she shook her head, tears continued to roll, thus making the picture all the more heartbreaking. I don't believe it. Grandfather is so powerful, who else in the world can kill him? Yin Ruoshi. Yu Sure suddenly glared upwards with veins showing in those eyes. It must be Yun Ruoshi. She must have killed my grandfather. It must be her. Yun Ruoshi? Healer Yu's expression deepened into a frown. She doesn't have that ability. No. The lady shakes her head to refute the denial. I accidentally came across her with a very powerful individual before. The person looks like a demon. Furthermore, how could she have known about grandfather's death without us being aware of it first? She must have done it. A burning fire resembling hatred now filled the sickly lady's face. That's right, it must be Yun Ruoshi who ordered that demon. It must be her who's behind all this. Healer Yu's eyes narrowed in as well. Are you absolutely sure about this? I saw it with my own eyes. She called that demon Winger. It must be that demon who killed my grandfather at her order. In this world, the most important person for this sickly lady was her grandfather and grandshifu. Now that she's lost one of them, a dark side that has never seen the light of day has come forward in the girl. We will leave it at that for now, Sure. The first priority is to locate your grandfather's last known location before his death. After we retrieve his body, then we can settle the debt with that Yun Ruoshi. Getting ugly as well along the face, Healer Yu growled viciously at what has befallen his disciple. If it really is that old woman, then I won't let her go for this. Bai Yin naturally wouldn't know about that incident within the Celestial Palace. Truly, she accounted for a lot of things, but never for someone else taking the blame for her own actions like killing Senior Yu. As the old saying goes, trouble comes from the tongue, and that's exactly what occurred here for Yun Ruoshi, who got too talkative. Anyways, there's more pressing matter for Bai Yin and her family to care about right now than to care about other people. For example, getting the heck out of this holy dragon mountain. Mother, are we lost? Bai Xiachen asks with a tinge of worry in his little eyes. Lost? Really, that word has never been in their dictionary until this day. But aside from that, what else could it be? Furrowing her brow at her son's question, Bai Yin hands Dragoni over to her young friend Emo Li Shang for carrying. After that's done, she immediately flew into the air to scan the area. To the woman's surprise though, the base of the mountain remains nowhere in sight despite the greater height she's taken, which was very abnormal. How does it look, mother? The steam bun shouts up from the ground, his eyes eager to get out of here. Is there a way to leave? Head alchemist of the Celestial Palace 6. Something fishy is going on with this holy dragon mountain. When we came it only took us half a day to traverse the landscape, yet we can't make it down to the base after walking for a full day. I suspect we've activated some sort of trap along the way. Bai Yin explains after musing over the situation. There are countless traps and illusionary spells placed along the place, yet she's never seen anything like them before. Whether it be from theoretical standpoint or their makeup, it's very different from the modern-day style she uses. Xiachen, are you worried? She asked out of fear for her boy panicking. I am not, mother. As long as I'm with you, then I'm happy. Bai Xiachen shakes his little head and defused the idea, ruffling the boy's hair with a smile. All right, Xiachen. We will definitely leave this place. This child is always so intimate and sensible. like a burning warmth in my heart. But Yin Yin, what is wrong with this place? Why can't we get out of this place? Emily Shang, the young friend, scratches the back of his head in confusion. For the time being I can't figure out the cause either, pausing to furrow her brow. Regardless of the issue, we will eventually find out the reasoning, I'm sure of it. Okay. Nodding with a firm belief in the other side, the young man doesn't sound worried after that reassurance. Precisely at the same time, while they were searching for a way out of this strange and maze-like mountain, others on the other hand had just arrived here to land at the spot they were in not long ago. Glancing around for her precious grandfather, Yushur appeared shocked and horrified when she noticed the soul burning inside a pyre of flame. Grandfather! Reacting to the outcry, the lost soul flickers with life for a brief second and reached out with a hand, perhaps wanting to touch the girl for one last time. However, when the hands of both granddaughter and grandfather interacted, what happened was a heartbreaking scene of the latter dissipating into specks of light, signaling the final destruction of his soul and passing. This spectacle left Yushur stunned like a rock, unable to move an inch further from the spot as she remained in that outreaching pose. Grandfather! She murmurs this while weeping silently. Grandfather not only died, but his soul, it's also gone? Who in the world have such hatred for grandfather that they wouldn't let his soul move on? Collapsing into a crouching pose after losing all strength, the girl cusped her own head in pain that left her crying out in agony. Sure. How many people know about your grandfather coming here to find the ice fruit? Healer Yu finally spoke up, his face cold and hurt. Still sobbing uncontrollably. Only those in the Celestial Palace know about it. Then it's undoubtedly Yun Ruashi who's behind this. Only the Celestial Palace and the Demon Realm's king have the power to kill your grandfather. I'm sure the Demon King didn't move against us, that leaves only those we know. Of why Healer Yu was so certain Deetsong didn't do it was because they took a short detour to the Demon City prior to coming here. From the information he got, the man never left the city. Let's go sure, it's time we made that woman pay. That said, the old elder picked up the corpse of his disciple and dragged the girl away with him. Of course, this entire event remains unknown to Bai Yan, who should have been close enough to notice the new arrivals. Unfortunately, the illusionary spell they are in has cut her and her companions off from the outside world, making them the only ones being kept from leaving. Secret of the Amulet 1. Shrouded in a shade of yellow as the sun sets for the night, the Holy Dragon Mountain looks like it's made of pure gold, a scene surreal and mesmerizing. In light of this beautiful scene, the party that's currently trekking through the landscape didn't find it so beautiful, rather it's starting to wear down on their minds. Yin Yen, Emily Shang continues to follow from behind while carrying the unconscious dragon girl, his face starting to show a bit of fatigue. We've been walking here for a very long time. Do you want to find a place to rest for the night? Me and Molly, Piggy, can go explore the road ahead instead while you and Xiachen rest. Bai Yan's finger visibly shook somewhat at the suggestion. Subconsciously reaching up to her neck to grasp onto the jade necklace, she closes her eyes to recall back to the beginning of this whole ordeal. It's already been half a month since they started to wander aimlessly around the mountain, yet the exit was nowhere in sight. At this rate, she's certain her husband would go crazy without news returning. No Shan, we need to keep going. I refuse to believe some simple illusionary spell can trap me here. Shooting her eyes open again, a flicker of resolve returns to the woman. Exactly like the Demon Queen suspected, Deetsong became very worried after getting no information or news from his wife. At first he trusted Bai Yan to return on her own, but that trust soon turned to dread as the days dragged on. Without another thought, the husband began sending his own soldiers to the Holy Dragon Mountain to search for his family's whereabout. Yet, instead of returning with good news, they reported that Bai Yan and Bai Xiachen were gone without a trace to follow. If not for the connection within their souls due to the binding contract, he might have exploded into a furious rage and burned the entire celestial realm into cinder. While things were falling into a huge mess on the demon realm's side, the celestial palace wasn't faring so well either. Right after Healer Yu returned with Yushur in tow, the pair began to raise hell across the board. They wanted justice for Senior Yu's death, and their anger was directly pointed towards Yun Ruashi. The student and master claimed the old witch sent assassins in secret to carry out the deed, which shocked many of the public. Naturally, a long series of quarreling ensued as a result of this incredible accusation. Healer Yu wanted Yun Ruoshi's head, while the keepers defended the old witch, saying there's no evidence. Even so, the main lady herself had already been scared out of her mind by the added attention. Before anyone knew, Yun Ruoshi had snuck out of the Celestial Palace on her own and headed for the Demon City. Inside the new Demon Palace, Winger was currently standing watch over two little milk buns that were playing in the garden. Unlike before he came here though, that smile of his while watching the kids didn't look like a zombie anymore, but a genuine expression of warmth. Suddenly, the bird felt a tremor in his heart, causing that beautiful face to shudder and reveal a look of pain. He knows the time has finally come. Ruoshi is here, she's summoning me. Uncle. Just as Winger's about to turn away to meet the dreaded old witch, a crisp and beautiful young voice calls out from behind, causing his body to freeze up. Secret of the Amulet 2. Ling Yin, the cuddly and adorable little princess, blinks and blinks as she asked, Uncle, are you leaving now? Will you come back? For some unknown reason, just hearing the baby girl's cuddly voice was enough to melt Winger's heart and bring sunshine to his world. Showing a faint smile as he replied, Princess, I'm only going out to take a breather. I have no intention of leaving, so be assured. Over the years, aside from the brief moment of warmth he experienced in that deep dark void, no other light has come into his world. And this warmth he's getting it again from Ling Yin right now. That's why the girl. It's another light for him. Then Uncle, you need to come back early and not be like Mother. After mentioning that, Ling Yan's head visibly deflated like she's sad. Mother left for so long, I really miss her. Why did she take Big Brother and not me? Taken aback there, Winger softens up his voice to comfort. Her Highness didn't take you because of safety reasons. There are many people out there who want to hurt you. Why? Raising her little head in a naive manner only reserved for a child of her age. I've always been good and obedient, never doing anything wrong. Why do people want to hurt me? Although the girl was more sensible and smarter than the average baby, she's still only a baby. Regardless of her intellect, it's unreasonable to expect her to be more mature and aware of the world. In return, the Birdman could only lower his eyes as well. That's right, she didn't do anything wrong. Yet the Celestial Palace still wants her dead and won't let her go. Why is the world like this? Why is it so cruel and dark towards the kind ones? Because, Winger's voice sounded shaky and pessimistic. Some bad people do things for no reason, so Your Highness, you be good and stay in the palace. No one can hurt you while you're here. Biting her thumb. Okay, I will be good. If I be good, then Mother will come back quickly. It's the first time she's been away from her mother for so long. Hence the strong level of yearning for Bai Yan's return. Then I'll come back soon as well after taking a stroll. Feeling the tug from the old witch again, the Birdman couldn't stay anymore and decisively turned for the exit. Unbeknownst to him though, right as he did so, a shadow has been tailing him from the rear. Above the quiet mountain road, Winger could soon see that familiar figure anxiously scanning the area for him. There were countless emotions spilling forward then, but more leaned towards helplessness and pain. Why did you come so slowly? I've called you a few times already. Can't you move faster? Scolding and harsh in her voice, Yun Ruoshi only had negative emotions swelling out after recognizing who it was. Sure enough, the moment they were close enough, the old witch actually went ahead to slap him across the face. This slap, the Birdman did not avoid it, only bearing it bluntly and allowing the trace of blood to leak from the corner of his mouth. Once again, the warmth he had earlier disappeared, replacing it only with a cold, expressionless one. I had something to do earlier, that's why I'm late. Secret of the Amulet 3. Something to do? What is there more important than me? Do you know how much I've been wronged in the Celestial Palace? That old fart Yu's apprentice died, and now Yu sure is pinning the blame on my head without any evidence. Where were you at the time? While yelling out her grievances, Yun Ruoshi visibly shook across the body due to her own rage. Yet, the old witch apparently forgot something crucial. All this happened because of her own foul tongue and not anyone else. Originally Winger still wanted to defend himself by explaining, but his sight soon noticed the patch of blood staining the woman's chest. You're hurt. What do you think? It's that blasted Yu and his precious girl Yu sure. They almost killed me before I came here. Baring her teeth in a vicious manner, she huffs a grunt before continuing. You useless thing, you can't do anything, not even to protect me. Winger simply hung his head there. I can take you away from the celestial palace. As long as you're willing, I can take you away. Then those people won't be able to hurt you anymore. Leave the celestial palace? Why should I leave? I have the protection of Keeper Ling and the others. Why should I be afraid of a head alchemist like you? Clenching her fist to reveal a murderous glint along those eyes. Enough, I came to you this time for one thing. Go to the demon palace and kill the young prince. I want his beast core. The birdman's body visibly froze, not moving an inch like a statue. I'm sorry, but I told you before I can't do it. Winger, have you forgotten how Bai Yin treated me? I am your life-saving benefactor. Do you not hate her in the way she treats me? Livid and green across the face now, Yun Ruoxi's expression grew tenser and tenser until that voice started to screech. But instead of showing concern, Winger opened up his eyes in a confronting manner. Ruoxi, is what you say about the demon queen abusing you really true? Looking at that skeptical face, the old witch actually shuddered like she's been exposed. What do you mean by that? Why would I lie to you? I don't know. A smile bordering on the line of mockery reveals itself from the man, showing he's starting to doubt the supposed truth in his world. How could Bai Yin raise such a well-behaved daughter and be vicious? It doesn't make sense, none of this makes sense. How dare you? Stepping forward to do another slap, the old witch held nothing back and caused the man's cheek to go red and bruised up. Huffing a grunt at the injury, Winger didn't retaliate, only quietly standing there like usual. I owe you that, I admit, so I will bear with whatever you wish of me. However, I won't help you murder an innocent child. Unlike his past deeds of murdering and assassination, he has never killed the innocent and young. That's his final straw that he won't break. Even if the other side that's demanding it was his benefactor and savior in that dark abyss. Alright, fine. If you won't help me kill the brat, then I will kill you instead. Flushing red across the face, Yun Ruoxi looked like an insane bitch that would tear the other side apart. If he is of no use to me, then why should I keep him? In an instant, a dark shimmering blade of deadly light materializes from the old witch's sleeve, its tip pointing straight for the man's throat. Winger knows what she intends to do, even so he didn't move, only making a helpless smile as he closes his eyes in acceptance. A life given and now a life taken. If she wants my life, then so be it. If not for her, I wouldn't have kept going until this day anyways. However, right as the lethal blade was about to make contact and slice through that throat, an old hand unexpectedly reaches over and caught the sword mid-thrust, leaving only a millimeter of space before it could cut. Secret of the amulet 4. You betrayed me? Staring rigidly at the old figure gazing down at herself, Yun Ruoxi splutters this out with vicious intent. Winger was equally as stunned like the former. When he saw and recognized the person, he immediately showed a helpless smile along the mouth. Uncle Dragonflame, how come you are here? Shaking his old head in disappointment, the old goat looks like a saddened elder after discovering their young has failed in something. From the first day you appear, I knew you were not quite right and was up to something. I reported this to the king and was ordered to follow you at all time. To think I was right and you were colluding with the outsider. Hanging his head in an apologetic manner, the birdman had no excuse. I'm sorry, Uncle Dragonflame, she is my benefactor, I have no other choice. Even if she continued to grow crueler and crueler to him, he still couldn't bring himself to abandon her. Hence the reason he came out at the summoning. Benefactor? So that means she can treat you like garbage just because she saved your life? Smile if her mood pleases, then stomp on you if her mood is foul? Donning a sarcastic grin at the mention. No, wait, from the way I see it, this old hag can never be happy. You are a member of the Pteroraptor Crow clan. How can you degrade yourself as such? Imagine what your father would say if he learns of your current state. Maybe he would stuff you back into your mother's belly and have you remade. Winger continues to shake his head in the old witch's defense. You don't understand, Uncle Dragonflame. She is the light in my heart. It was she who saved me and brought warmth to my heart in that lonely darkness. No one knows what kind of place he lived in back then. It's lonely, dark, and without light. More than once he thought of committing suicide to end the torture. If not for that brief speck of light coming into his life, he would have long left this world due to decay. Yes, I don't understand, but I have a sense of self-esteem. If you hadn't shown the goodness that's in your heart just now and refused to listen to this vile hag's order, I wouldn't have saved you either. Uncle Dragon Flame, cutting the other side off with a cold snap of his glare. The old goat wouldn't hear any of it. You scram over to the side, I'll first deal with this woman then deal with you. He always knew Winger had some motive, just not this level of betrayal. Colluding with someone from the Celestial Palace was a crime worthy of death. Fortunately, the lad didn't lose the last ounce of his consciousness, otherwise he might have had to kill him with his own hands. Murdering a friend's child doesn't sit well with the old goat's heart at all. Guilty along the face, Winger didn't dare talk back and hung his head. Uncle, can we not kill her? Consider it as my way of returning the debt. Instead of saying yes like a good elder, the old goat only smirked derisively. You mean to spare her, someone that wants to murder the royal family? Ha! Who do you think you are? Me and your father are only old friends. Based on what can you ask of me to let her go? Winger had no way to counter that logic. Yes, the old goat was only his father's friend. Based on what could he himself ask this of the elder? In fact, he now owes Dragonflame for saving him from Yunruoshi's blade. Snorting at that pathetic and speechless face, the elder returns his attention to the old witch to finish the deed. However, as soon as he did so, his eyes immediately fell upon the crescent-shaped moon amulet along the neck. That thing. How come it's so familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere. Secret of the Amulet 5. He gently closed his eyes, allowing the image of a young human to emerge from the deep passage of his memory. It's a female donning a red dress of amazing makeup, and hanging along her neck was that crescent-shaped amulet. Why is it on you? This amulet is clearly that woman's. Moreover, that woman has now become the demon realm's current queen. Although Bai Yan hasn't admitted to being the same person in Dragonflame's memory from many millenniums ago, he could still recognize her through the aura coming off of the soul. It's identical, an unmistakable trademark of the individual regardless of how many incarnations they go through. Why is the queen stuff on this woman? Yunruoshi's expression promptly changed for the worse, grabbing the amulet in a protective manner. What do you mean by that? This thing is mine, what's wrong with it being on me? Dragonflame narrowed his eyes in like a fierce beast eyeing a prey. Quit trying to deceive me with your nonsense. That thing on your neck clearly belongs to that. When he was about to speak the last bit, his tongue stopped and changed the wording to a more proper term. That amulet clearly belongs to the queen, so how can it be yours? No wonder I haven't seen it on Her Highness's neck at all. It's been stolen by you. Boom! As if struck by lightning on a sunny and clear day, Yunruoshi went deathly pale at being exposed. Why does the old man know about the moon amulet? Why does he know it belongs to that bitch Bai Yan? You're talking nonsense. Eager to hide her own guilt, she snaps back in a frantic manner like a banshee's howl. What right does a person like Bai Yan deserve to have my amulet? This thing is clearly mine. It was she who stole it from me for a while before I managed to take it back. No matter what, she's not going to admit anything, even if the other side already knew the truth. However, it doesn't mean others are going to buy her story just like that, especially Winger, who's been standing there and listening in with strong intention. The Birdman only appeared skeptical at first after hearing the story from the old goat, but that skepticism soon changed to shock before evolving into an eerie calm. Uncle Dragonflame. This amulet, it belongs to Ruoshi, are you mistaken? Even if he tries to hide it, one could tell the swirling emotions in Winger's unsteady voice. His heart couldn't bring itself to believe it, not because of blind belief, but rather of fear for all the pain and suffering he endured. What if Ruoshi deceived him for all these years? Wouldn't that mean he became a dog for someone for no apparent reason? Such humiliation, he simply couldn't accept it. Ha ha, ridiculous, this is too ridiculous. Breaking out into laughter at the questioning look, Dragonflame almost found it funny that he needed to explain his own claim like it's some ironic scenario. You ignorant fools even know what that amulet represents? It represents power, talent and strength. The one holding it will control the world, an omnipotent being to rule them all. Why, you may ask? That's because hidden inside that amulet is the secret to great strength, power beyond anything you could possibly imagine. Go ahead, ask that woman over there if she can tap into the secret. Come on, I dare you. Laughing to no end, the old goat's voice continued to ring against the birdman's ear like endless mockery. Winger couldn't take it anymore. Stumbling backwards until he's leaning against a nearby tree for support, this poor soul kept shaking his head in disbelief like a man that's been betrayed and destroyed from the inside out. Exposing Yun Ruoshi 1. Yun Ruoshi's heart panicked after seeing Winger's pale complexion. As her most loyal dog, she knows her own lies would turn this one into a rabid dog instead after exposure. If that happens, her life would be in peril. Listen to me, Winger. Biting her lips tightly, she wanted to twist the story to defend herself some more but was immediately cut off by the old goat's snickering sneer. I reckon you don't even know the name of this amulet, do you? Finding there's no response from her loyal dog, the old witch instead turns to glare at the old-timer. Quit trying to spell false stories in front of my face. All knows that I am the wearer of this amulet. Do you think you can just casually come up with a name and call it true? No matter what, she's going to keep denying the amulet was from Bai Yan. But no matter though, the old goat didn't need her agreement and kept talking without a care. This amulet is named All Heaven, and only one person is worthy of owning it. Unfortunately for you though, it's not you. All Heaven. As if some sort of long-lost memory got triggered, Winger tightly grasps onto his own head as he murmured to himself. Why does that name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? With a boom, something exploded in his mind and causes that face to go deathly pale. The reasoning? It's because a certain little girl's voice started to ring out from the depths of his memories and brought the truth forward. Actually, the life before I entered the celestial palace is also dark. If not for All Heaven keeping me company during that period, I might have given up hope and died several times over. All Heaven. It's this amulet here. See, if you can't find me, then go to the celestial palace. Recognize me using the amulet. I'll wait for you there if I don't return in time. In this moment, that calm heart could no longer be calm anymore, like a rippling surface of a pond. How did this happen? How could I have forgotten something so important? That dark place kept him from sensing her aura or recognizing her face, but he never should have forgotten that sentence at all. Why did I forget something so important over time? How could I have forgotten it all? Going from green to white, then white to green, anyone could see the birdman's emotions were very unstable and nearing explosion right now. Why did you deceive me? No longer pained along the eyes, there's only endless fury within Winger's pupil. How many things did he miss because of the deception? How close did he come to making that light within his heart into an enemy? Fortunately, he didn't listen to Yun Ruoshi's word, and did something he would have regretted for life. Why did you deceive me? He asks for a second time, losing all of the warmth and kindness he ever showed to the other side. The old witch naturally cowered backwards at the intimidating pose. What are you talking about? When did I deceive you? This amulet is the queen's belonging. You took it from her. Now tell me the truth, why did you lie to me? Winger almost sounded pleading but also threatening. Exposing Yun Ruoshi too. Don't listen to his nonsense, Winger. You know me for so long, are you really going to believe him over me who has had the amulet from the start? Trying to force a smile that only made her look bleak and untrustworthy, Yun Ruoshi was betting on their long relationship to prevail. Unfortunately for the old witch though, the birdman only saw the look of panic and guilt along the woman's face that left him numb to the heart. Making a sarcastic smile. Then why do you not know about the amulet's name being All Heaven? This? Stumped for a proper answer, she bites her lip and forces the excuse. That's because the name is not true, it's something he made up. Winger, you must believe me. I am your benefactor and the one who saved you from that darkness. You said you will protect me forever in this life, did you not? No longer rippling with emotions, nor wanting to explode in rage, Winger only felt a cold chill run down his spine at what was now the absolute truth. The light. The girl back then called the amulet All Heaven. To think I would be such a fool. I actually forgot something so important like the very name of the item I was supposed to always remember. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fooled to such an extent by this Yun Ruoshi either. Closing his eyes in pain, Winger began to go over the many years of humiliation he suffered at the hands of this deceitful old witch. He also doubted why such a kind girl would become so cruel to the point where he didn't want to recognize each other at first. However, Yun Ruashi's explanation gave him a flicker of hope for change at the time. Like, for example, she suffered a severe injury at Bai Yan's hand and couldn't recover, or that her fiancé left because of another woman. That's why she had such a huge change in personality. It all made sense at first, but looking back at it now. Talk about laughable, truly laughable for anyone to ever believe that nonsense. Stumbling back as she sloppily tries to gain some distance, Yun Ruashi now knew what foolishness meant as she fixed onto the once loyal dog. What did you say? I said, this amulet is called All Heaven. The girl who saved me back then told me this personally. Staring upwards with a frosted glint in his eyes, Winger appeared hostile and murderous. Boom! Like a sunny day being torn away, the old witch stammered for a proper reply. The amulet really is called All Heaven? Why didn't those keepers tell me? How come they didn't know? Once again, the hated image of Bai Yan surfaced within Yun Ruashi's head. This is all Bai Yan's fault. She never mentioned the name before. It's all her fault. Ho ho. Dragonflame already knew this would happen after he took action. Just not this awesome and spectacular. Winger, you are the heir to the Pteroraptor bird clan. It's shameful for you to have ever believed such a vicious woman. I am vicious? Yun Ruashi snarls viciously in return at the accusation. If it hadn't been for her existence, would the Lord leave during the marriage night? I was supposed to marry the Celestial Lord. It was Bai Yan who destroyed it all, my happiness. When speaking the last sentence, the eyes of this deceitful witch appeared red and fanatically like she's some sort of mad crazed beast. Celestial Lord? Dragonflame sounds like he's speaking of something degrading just by mentioning the name. What the heck is that? Don't tell me you're claiming the queen is in love with your whatever lord and stole him away? Oh God, how stupid do you have to be in the head? Compared to my king who rules all of demonkind, your love interest is laughable in comparison. I bet you don't even have the heart of your celestial lord to begin with. That's why he left on his own. You? Pointing her finger out at the old goat in utter rage. Bai Yan have always been a vicious person. She has the demon king by her side already. Yet she refuses to let Chewy God go and seduced him before my marriage night. Only fools like you are dumb enough to be tricked by her wicked ways. Exposing Yun Ruashi 3. And me turning into this like today is also Bai Yan's fault. Vicious and malicious in her voice, the old witch grits her teeth when speaking that last bit. Dragonflame was honestly speechless and didn't know how to comment on that. He knew this woman was a bad one, but not to such an extent. It's downright shameless and illogical. Huh? Just then, an old derisive laugh came out of nowhere, followed immediately by the emergence of an elderly figure donning a sleek white robe. Yun Ruashi, are you intending to surrender yourself by coming alone? Or are you here to apologize to the queen for all the past crimes you committed? Recognizing the situation had already left her control by the appearance of another third person, the old witch promptly wanted to turn tail and flee. However, by the time she realizes it, there's already plenty of demon soldiers standing on ready with their spears pointing out. What are you all trying to do? I'm warning you, if anything happens to me then Keeper Ling and the others won't let any of you go. First Elder snickers a laugh at the ridiculous threat. One might think those bastards from the Celestial Palace are going to let us go anyways from the way you said it. Yun Ruashi, do you remember what you did 1,000 years ago? No answer came from the woman. Merely a look of urgency at wanting to run. 1,000 years ago, the celestial realm suddenly came out with word of you being able to save the world, and that our queen will overthrow the world and destroy it. I didn't think much of that rumor, but now it seems those were all you're doing, isn't it? Truth was First Elder had been around the area the entire time, about the same moment when Dragonflame tailed Winger to this location. But unlike the latter who cut in earlier, he didn't want to show himself just yet since he wasn't instructed to deal with the old witch. However, things have changed now. Since the truth has come out, he no longer wants to stand back since he's one of the few who knew the whole story and more after today's detail being revealed. Pity, our queen did not know your true nature and of how vile and evil you are inside. She kept insisting on you being a good person and ordered everyone to respect you. But I knew better. That's why I had my men shadow you from the very start. But I honestly never thought you were that cruel, murdering a newborn fox when you thought no one was looking. Then as if that wasn't enough, you fooled those idiotic keepers to attack the queen on your behalf and tried to execute her highness. If not for His Majesty's arrival in time, the queen would have died right on that day. Closing his old eyes, First Elder started to recall back to those ancient memories where the events didn't turn out well. But that wouldn't be enough for someone like you, would it? Despite severely injuring the queen and causing the king to give up his essence blood in order to save Her Highness, you vile scums just won't give up. In the end, the queen lost the baby in her belly because of you. Practically screaming now due to the fierce rage he's been suppressing for all these years, First Elder's detailed recount of the past hammered at everyone's heart like they're witnessing all over again. What exactly did the queen do wrong? Why did you treat her like that? Is it because she's too kind and won't discard a backstabbing witch like you? Growling now, ha ha ha, how laughable. Everything you suffered is caused by your own two hands. What injury because you tried to save the queen? Only an idiot would believe something so stupid when we take Her Highness as our liege. Exposing Yun Ruoshi for Yun Ruoshi, Winger sadly closes his eyes. I will never forget how you denigrated her in front of me. Turns out these truths you spout are nothing but lies. I too have been blinded by you for all these years. What irony. Turns out by the time he made it out of that dark place and headed out to search for her, the light in his heart had already left the celestial realm. What makes him even sadder though is the fact that this old witch tricked him, causing him to hate the very girl for all these years. In light of the contemptible look she's getting, Yun Ruoshi actually showed a smug look. So what, do you hate me now? Don't forget, if it wasn't for me you would still be out there looking for her. If not for me, would you have such a stable lifestyle for the past 100 years? I bet you would have killed yourself if you had learned of her destruction. You wouldn't be alive without me. All in all, she still believes she deserves thanks for lying to the poor guy, not this sort of maltreatment. Against this twisted logic and shameless attitude, Winger didn't find it strange. Heck, it's not the first time he witnessed such behavior, so all he did was glare at her like a soul-slicing reaper. Under the pressure of those eyes, the old witch suddenly started to panic again after realizing what position she was still in. Winger, even if I didn't save you, we've still been together for all these years. I know you have some ties with these demons, so take me away. Afterwards we are clear of any debt between us. Even now, the woman here still wants to use Winger to her own advantage by demanding he save her. Talk about shameless to the core. Yun Ruoshi, making a crunching sound from his fists when forcing that name out. Did you forget the way you treated me all these years? Aside from scolding me, what else have you done? No matter how much I help you, all I get are cold hard words from you. I put up with it because I thought you were her, but now, forming a condemning smirking, you should be happy I'm not killing you myself, so what qualifications do you have to expect me of saving you? No one could possibly understand the level of pain he felt on the moment he discovered Yun Ruoshi wasn't the real one. It's enough to send the weaker-minded into insanity. That's how intense those emotions were. You can't kill me. The old witch cries out in fright. Keeper Ling and the others won't let you do this, they will come save me. First Elder was done listening to the rambles of this insane woman. Ignoring the struggling witch, he reaches out with his hand and ripped the moon amulet right off her neck with a swipe. No, this can't happen. I can't lose the amulet. A look of desperation gripped Yun Ruoshi's face upon touching her own neck. Give that back. Give it back. Without a care for her own safety now, she madly rushes the elder in an attempt to retrieve said item. Unfortunately, this woman clearly doesn't know her own ability and challenged someone she shouldn't have. Following a heavy huff from First Elder and a wave of his sleeve, the shameless and vile witch was instantly repelled several meters into the air, landing only after slamming into the ground and causing a massive outpour of blood from her mouth. The amulet is mine. Bai Yin gave it to me, so it's mine. How dare these people steal my thing? Exposing Yun Ruoshi 5. First Elder, what should we do with this woman now? Dragon Flame asks with a frown along his face. Faint and unemotional in his reply, First Elder's gaze showed he was looking at nothing more than a piece of garbage. The queen's stuff is back in our hands now, so there's no reason to keep her alive. Make sure she suffers a lot for what she did. I don't want to make it too pleasing. Yun Ruoshi had just finished climbing back up to flee again when she overheard that statement. Immediately a look of horror filled that face. These people, they really want to kill me? No. She cries instinctively. I don't want to die. Stumbling back to gain space, tears filled that face to make her all the more pitiful. If it were those from the Celestial Palace, they would surely take notice and lend a hand. However, these were members of the demon realm. Even if the soldiers here didn't witness the events of the past in person, they could still imagine the heart-wrenching scenes based on the details they got today. Since you like to act all pitiful so much, then I will make sure you can't ever do it again. Swish! Following a casual wave of his hand, a sword swiftly flashed across Yun Ruashi's face. The latter didn't react at first, but as the tingling sensation gradually came through, that's when the woman noticed the slight warmth trickling down the cheek. My face? My face! She howls like a banshee, causing those nearest to flinch at the intense screech. Nevertheless, the sound didn't hinder the demon soldiers from enacting their rage at this old witch. They are frustrated and angry as well, but for a different reason of the demon realm being sealed away for a millennium. Scram! Suddenly, a howling roar of intense rage rocked the air, sending the group back and clearing an area away from the screaming woman. Even so, it's already too late for the old witch. Once freed and able to look up again, that face had already been ruined with plenty of bruises and blood. There's nothing left to show what her true contour was before this. Ruashi. Keeper Ling went red in the eyes after finding the terrible state the old witch was in. How are you, Ruashi? Answer me quickly. Looking up in a dazed-like manner due to how much hurt she suffered. Keeper Ling, are you here to save me? I have come, Ruashi. I'm sorry for being so late. Don't be afraid. Now that I'm here, no one can hurt you. Flashing a cold frosted glint in those old eyes towards the demons. They can't do anything to you, and sooner or later, I will make them pay. Going quiet for a few seconds, the old witch simply stared upwards before breaking out into a miserable cry of agonizing pain. Keeper Ling. Healer, you wants to kill me, so I got scared and fled out here. I didn't want to die before being able to save the world, but during my escape, these demons caught me halfway, and that's when I met this man. That said, she points to Winger. He snatched my amulet away, then shamelessly claimed it belongs to Bai Yen. I wanted to take it back, but then they tried to kill me. Growing increasingly irate along the face after finding the missing amulet along the girl's neck. Bai Yen is a traitor to humanity, so how can she be worthy of holding the amulet? They're only jealous of you and wants to steal what's yours. Don't worry, they can never do that because it's your destiny to own it. Exposing Yun Ruashi 6. What you said there is good. First Elder snickers derisively at his foe's sentence. What belongs to others can never be stolen. Ha ha ha. Letting go of the girl, Keeper Ling returns with a mocking sneer of his own that radiated danger. Then we're of the same opinion. I'm here today to overturn the demon realm. If you demons are willing to return the amulet, then perhaps I will let you die swiftly instead of suffering. Otherwise, the fate awaiting you all will be worse than death itself. Retracting his smile, First Elder also got serious along the face. Do you think you scums of the Celestial Palace really have the ability to overcome us from the demon realm? If it wasn't for you lot scheming against our king back then, something like sealing our realm never would have happened, let alone letting you bastards climb above our heads for so long. Oh, is that so? Keeper Ling snickers again in a contemptible manner like he thought otherwise. Then I will let you know what true power is. I did not want to use this, but you've left me no other way. 1,000 years ago, the keepers as a whole all knew there would come a time where the great calamity would arrive. In order to combat this threat to the world while Yun Ruashi couldn't cultivate or grow, they secretly hid away a certain power within their arsenals, and never used it, even during their clash with the demons. But now with the ever-rising threat of Deetsong and his followers, this old grumpy keeper knew its time. Closing his old eyes, Keeper Ling took a moment to gather his breath before opening them again to reveal a gaze that's as sharp as a blade. Where's the Demon King? Is Deetsong such a coward that he wouldn't dare show his face after murdering one of my own? The comment definitely made the demons gathered here turn very ugly. But as soon as Dragon Flame wanted to retort, that's when an overwhelming force came down from the sky and covered the entire landscape in a layer of strength. For Yun Ruashi, who was immediately caught by the sudden appearance of Deetsong, this would be the first time she's meeting this man again after 1,000 years. Even if she already had Chui God in her heart, the woman couldn't deny her heart fantasied of being wooed by such a powerful man. It's also one of the main reasons she hated Bai Yen so much, and persuaded the keepers to attack the demon realm. She's jealous. The story actually went like this. On one of the days she secretly followed her former friend to an unknown location. Yun Ruoshi saw how Deetsong would pester Bai Yen like a shameless dog in order to win her heart. She wanted to feel the same way. Be wanted and cherished like a queen. However, nobody acted that way around her due to her lackluster origin and talent. Eventually that jealousy evolved into hatred, causing this old witch to report the incident to Keeper Ling, and starting the whole war between the two realms. Demon City's Incident 1. Recalling back to all the different kinds of treatments in the past, Yun Ruoshi's eyes once again firmed up and showed the vicious side to her nature. She's unwilling to go back to that feeble existence, nor be reduced to an unwanted person like in the past. I hear you are here to make trouble for me? Cool and unemotional, Deetsong gazes down at the foe and asks with a contemptible glare. Huffing a grunt to shirk off the pressure, Keeper Ling doesn't seem fazed though. I'm not here to make trouble for you, I'm here to kill you. As soon as this grumpy elder finished saying that, a long sword immediately materializes from his sleeve and instantly stabs down at the ground, releasing a huge amount of power in doing so. Boom! The floor rumbles, shattering along in veins like a roaring lion, only to be followed swiftly by the constant hammering of electric might from the sky. Then, as if instructed, one of the lightning strikes down and aims directly for the Demon King's head in a devastating fashion. Deetsong evaded with ease, of course, using his incredible speed, but that didn't mean the same for some of the less fortunate demon soldiers that could do nothing to save themselves. They were incinerated, destroyed until nothing but a giant crater remained to indicate they ever existed. This, Winger mutters with rigid stiffness after seeing this. Why are these powers so similar to the ones hunting me? Where did the keepers get such a power? Exactly then, while the Birdman was still in hesitation over all this, his ears suddenly caught the loud thud of Dragon Flame crashing to the ground. Uncle Dragon Flame! Running over in haste to help support the old bone, he sounded urgent and afraid. Uncle Dragon Flame, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault this happened, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Yun Ruoshi wouldn't be attracted to this place, nor would Uncle Dragon Flame suffer such a severe injury at the hands of that Keeper Ling Winger. The old goat heavily grasps onto the Birdman's hand while coughing blood. I don't know if I can hold out. If I don't make it, then I hope you can replace me and protect the royal family. Please protect the princess and the queen. After saying that, the old-timer gradually began to close his eyes like he's depleted. He knew beforehand taking on the thunder would cause severe injury to himself, but to this extent was beyond even his imagination. Unlike the heavenly thunders from a breakthrough or a Dan Pill creation, this thundering event embodied destruction. It destroys everything it touches regardless of the uninvolved or target. Therefore, even with Dragon Flame's incredible and sturdy body, it penetrated and wreaked havoc across his internal organs. Deetsong saw this, of course, and the huge fatality happening under his eye. Speaking in a heavy note, First Elder, take the others back to the city, I will handle this. But sire, we can't leave you here alone. Even if it's death, we will stand with you. Go back. Deetsong sounded irate now and shouted. Go back and protect my children. Normally Keeper Ling would bring along a whole tirade of companies with him. The fact that he's not in here alone meant the others under him must be somewhere else. And where else could they be if Deetsong was out here? Obviously the city or palace, that's where. A simple trick of diversion wouldn't work with someone as smart as Deetsong. Demon City's Incident 2. Winger Dragon Flame, First Elder shouts, we're going now. Perhaps the Birdman also sensed the deceiving nature of this battle because his eyes promptly shifted to that of panic. Without a second of delay, B bolts for the palace ground, leaving only an afterimage. Hold on, princess, I'm coming now. The inner courtyard of the Demon Palace. At the current moment, Di Lingyan was holding her cheeks with both hands while sitting at the staircase and overlooking her twin brother playing away. She's very bothered in the face when speaking to the maid next to herself. Sister Muing, how come Uncle Winger isn't back yet? Did he leave like Mother did? Upon mentioning Bai Yen, the baby girl's face plummeted even further. Mother has been gone for so long. I miss her so much. Muing the loyal maid wanted to give her a huge hug at this troubled face but didn't out of respect and loyalty. Princess, please don't worry, Winger will certainly return to us, the same as Her Highness will. Oh, obviously not fully believing her words. Di Lingyan didn't argue and instead gathered her spirit to play. However, that's when an anxious and hurried-looking soldier came running over to report. Your Highness, we've got trouble on our hand. The bastards from the Celestial Palace are attacking us here. You must run away. What? Mu Ying's face changed a greater shade of white at the terrible news. The king had just left the palace and they're attacking? How did they know the king is away right now? Gritting her teeth, the maid didn't think twice and picked up the princess in preparation to flee. She promised Bai Yan to protect the baby girl at all cost, even if that meant her own life. Yet, fleeing wasn't exactly in the dictionary of Di Lingyan's mind right now. Scanning with her big bright eyes at the surrounding area. Where's my father? His Majesty already went to fight the enemy. Please, you must flee, princess. The soldier cries out again, his face growing more dire by the second. Will father be in danger? I want to leave with father. Biting her lower lip, the baby girl almost sounded pleading now. You must go now, Lingyan. It's then Di Jintian, the little glutton, steps in, pushing his twin sister away. Sister Muing, you take my sister and go now, that's an order. But Prince, you need to come too. Muing also got anxious and tried to reach out with her remaining free hand to lift the boy, slapping it away with his chubby fingers like a proper man does. Di Jintian puffs up his little chest to make himself look bigger than he was. I am the older brother and a man, so I have to protect my sister. If I escape, then those bad people will find us. When they do, they will surely know of Lingyan's existence and not let go. Though the little glutton didn't quite express his meaning in a detailed manner, it's more than enough for Muing to understand. I'm not leaving my brother, I'm not leaving. Cry as she might, the baby girl simply didn't have the strength to wrestle out of her maid's arms. You are a man, but I am also a woman. I'm not afraid. I don't want to leave you. She continues to make her case to no avail. Seeing the increasing delay, the soldier who first came to bring the message couldn't take it anymore and urged the maid to make a decision. And sure enough, Muing did and handed the crying princess over to the demon soldier's own dismay. You leave with the princess first. I'll stay behind to protect the little prince. Finding only a dumbfounded face from the other side, the maid roars out in order to snap the soldier out of the stupor. Go! Moments later, the image of the messenger was gone with his precious crying cargo in arm. There's no doubt this individual would stake his life on the line in order to ward the princess from all harm. But it's another question on whether he could achieve such a feat with his feeble abilities. Prince, are you afraid? Demon City's Incident 3. I'm afraid. Jin Tian may have kept up a good appearance initially, but he's still only just a child. Once his twin sister was out of sight, he promptly lowered his mouth into a timid frown as beads of tears rolled down his cheek. But Big Brother said I must protect my sister. Those bad people want to take her away, so I must stay and protect her. Muing naturally knows the little glutton's choice was the right one, so she didn't object to him staying. For the bastards from the Celestial Palace, their information remains limited and doesn't know if Bai Yan gave birth to a girl or a boy. If she really did take both children and ran, it would surely cause a huge mess and they would search everywhere. By then it would be impossible to hide Di Lingyan's existence. Don't worry, Highness. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. Firm along the face, the maid meant it and held no hesitation. Sister Muing, will father and everyone come save us? And uncle? Uncle left home to find mother. If uncle was here, then I wouldn't need to fear those bad people. They definitely will. Soft in her voice, Muing wants to comfort the baby boy some more when the worst case scenario occurred. The attackers have arrived at the compound and has surrounded them. Seeing all these ferocious and glaring looks coming his way, Jin Tian instinctively hid behind Muing. It's obvious he's scared right now. This should be the son of that demon king. A man in charge of this attacking force snickers a grin before waving the others to move. Take the boy and tie him up. Let's see if that demon king will disobey us afterwards once we take his son. Keeper Ling never gave up on having Ditsong's daughter. Even if it's not from Bai Yan's belly, the old bastard still intends to force the issue even if it meant him going at it with another woman. That's how this idea came into existence. By kidnapping Jin Tian, Keeper Ling could then force him to have another baby. Sweaty across his little hands, Jin Tian remains stubborn in the face when speaking. I'm I'm not going to be taken by you bad people. You lot bullied my father. I won't let you people get away with it. The man snorts at the pointless threat. Your father and mother did not listen to our persuasion. That's why they deserve what's coming. You as their son should act better and think of the big picture. What's a simple daughter compared to the whole wide world? They can always make more. Swish. As soon as his words came forward, a small contingent of the attackers had begun to move without further order. Muing saw this of course and hurried to meet the kidnappers with her blade. Thankfully this mission only came with some weaklings led by a couple of high divines, otherwise the loyal maid would never be able to contend with a powerful keeper in their fray. Even so, as middle divine, stalling for time remains a difficult task for the woman who has to fight multiple targets at once. Di Lingyan's fury won. PFF. Suddenly, a strong gush of wind came flying over, slamming right into Mu Ying's shoulder and blasting her backwards from the impact. Blood came pouring out of her mouth as a result of the injury. Sister Mu Ying. Getting all teary along the face after seeing how the maid tried to protect himself, Jin Tian tightens up his lips and asked, Are you hurt? Is it painful? The loyal maid didn't falter though in light of the huge disadvantage she faces. Rather, she's only feeling warmth circulating across her veins right now. From the very beginning, the prince and princess has never once treated her or any palace attendants as servants or anything beneath themselves. So how could she cower when the time has come to show her mettle? Ignoring the stinging pain, she rushes at the crowd once again, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. There's incredible strength in her eyes right now. At the same time as well, the palace guard who left earlier with Di Lingyan in arm was about to make it past the palace gates when they bumped into a crazy-looking figure. Going bright at the sight of the baby girl, the crazy old coot that was once the strongest keeper spoke with glee in his voice. Good Lingyan, I was just about to go find you to play. Huh? What's the matter? Why are you crying? Since Bai Yan left, the old coot has done nothing but either playing with the kids or running off by himself to the back mountains for some rest, hence his belated arrival. Crying even harder now over the question. Great-grandpapa, please go save Jin Tian. Ooh, please hurry and save second brother. Not dilly-dally at all, the old coot gets all serious in the face after seeing how terribly sad the girl was. Where is Jin Tian? Did something happen to him? Second brother is in the backyard. A group of bad people barged into the palace and wants to capture him. I wanted to stay too, but second brother won't let me and said I must flee. Please hurry before they take him away. What? Mad and crazy as he was in the head, the old coot had enough sanity left in him to know what the consequences are if someone intends to kidnap the little glutton. Flaring up with rage. Which asshole dares to kidnap my good little boy? Don't worry, Ling Yan, your great-grandpapa here will go deal with those assholes right now. Having said that, the old coot's figure was gone like a gush of wind. Wiping the tears away, Di Lingyan also firms up in the face. Mr. Guard, can you take me to find father? I'm worried about father. Greatly startled by the request, the guard immediately shakes his head. And oh, princess, I can't do that. The king is currently locked in battle with those bastards from the celestial palace. If you go then they will certainly know of your existence. Hanging her head after hearing that. But the one they want to take is me. If I do not show myself then they will continue to hound father and mother. I am their daughter. I won't hide in the shadows while everyone protects me. Father, mother, big brother, second brother and everyone in the palace are all my family. I must also fight to protect them. But princess, the ones from the celestial palace will always be our enemy regardless of you showing yourself. Enough, I must take you to a safe place to hide for now. Di Lingyan's fury too. But Mr. Guard, I must see my father. I'm afraid something might happen to him if he's left alone. Grasping onto the demon's shoulder and putting on a pitiful face to play her charm, the baby girl's face could melt hearts if the situation wasn't so dire and permitted it. Unfortunately for both girl and soldier, the two of them weren't going to have the time to make a decision here today. Exactly in the moment when the latter's about to give in due to that face, a series of footsteps startled them and caused the two to look over in the other direction. Among the new arrivals were multiple powerful targets, but the obvious one leading the new group were a kind-looking old man who kept smiling the entire time. Those eyes were locked onto Di Lingyan, carrying a light of greed and delight at what he's discovered. Your Highness, it's your father who tasked me to come pick you up. The old man lies without batting an eye. Right away, Di Lingyan knew that wasn't true and reacted by clinging nervously to the palace guard's neck like the other side would bite if they got any closer. Don't be afraid. The agitated guard promptly backed off as well to gain some distance. I believe you got the wrong person. She is not a princess, only an orphan fox picked up by the king somewhere during his travels. Despite the excuse, the smile coming off of the old man there only deepened. Do you think we can't tell the aura coming off of the child is that of the demon kings? Little girl, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Come with us and we will go see your father. The old man's smile was extraordinarily kind right then after that last sentence. He just couldn't help it because the reward awaiting him would be unfathomable, especially when he thought all was lost after coming in late. The guard's heart pumped with adrenaline after the blunt statement. He knew there's no turning back from a fight since they're this close. Worse was the fact that he could have turned back with the old coot to where Dijin Tian was, that he could find shelter under that former keeper instead of confronting this second group of assailants by being overly cautious. I'm not going with you, said the little princess with her stubborn face. You are all bad people trying to hurt my father and mother and big brother. I won't leave with you. Unfazed and still smiling with that kind expression. Little princess, your existence is too important to the world for you to be so selfish. Do you want to see the world destroyed? The girl snorts with her tiny nose. Don't think you can lie to me just because I'm small. I know you are here to kill me. My mother told me that before already. I have no relationship with you people, so why should I sacrifice myself for you? Mother taught me being kind is all and well, but it's not all right to be foolishly kind. Di Lingyan's Fury 3. In Di Lingyan's view, the only ones that could demand sacrifice from herself would be the ones she care about. For example, her parents and siblings, or the friends she's made in the palace. Whereas these unknown strangers would be considered just that, strangers that she owes nothing to. The old man's face suddenly sank, causing his smile to disappear completely as well. If you won't come with us, then that leaves me no choice but to use force. All of you go, take this demon princess down. Understood. Those that came with the old man promptly drew their weapons and readily charged at the pair. The palace guard could see this of course and understood the time has for him to put his life on the line. Without another thought, he tossed the girl in his arms towards the inner yard as hard as he could to give her the highest chance of getting to safety. Though it's a futile effort and he knows it, the soldier still wanted to do everything in his power before his end comes. Princess, run away, go find the king. That's the final words the soldier before it got cut off. For Di Yanling, who could only catch a glimpse of the scene once she hit the highest point in the air, the picture was painful to take in even for her immature mind. Bloody, gory, and limbs severed into multiple pieces. That's how quickly the attackers mercilessly murdered the demon soldier who stayed behind to fight. It's a completely one-sided battle that ended in seconds, yet that's all it was needed for help to arrive. Right before Di Lingyan came face to face with the cold hard ground, she had closed her eyes for the impending hurt. However, the impact never came in her shyness from pain. Rather, it's the sensation of a powerful pair of arms catching her mid-fall. Princess. Winger gently whispers his words into her ear. I'm sorry for being late. Obstructed by her own tears, the girl cries while speaking incoherently. Hick. Did I do something wrong? No, how could you have done anything wrong, princess? Winger found it absolutely distressing to hear such sensible words. It's not right to demand this of someone so young. If I've done nothing wrong, then why do these people hate me so much? I've listened to mother's teaching and kept my heart pure and kind. Why does second brother have to sacrifice himself to protect me? And why does Mr. Guard back there have to die to protect me? I want to grow up just as strong as big brother. That way I can keep others from being hurt because of me. Nor die for me. That's right, in this poor princess's view, the only way she could stop all this pain was to become stronger. Princess, he's a demon guard, it's his duty to protect you. No, he and Sister Muing are my friends. Everyone in the demon realm are my friends. The ones that deserve to die are those bad people and not them. Yes, the ones to die should be the evil and bad ones, not the friends and family in her life. And for the first time ever, a flash of hate and anger filled those big innocent eyes of this pure child. tainting a small speck of her childish heart. It's then, First Elder and the others also arrives on the scene. They could see the state of the situation, but they were more concerned with the intruders from the Celestial Palace who had also chased over after removing the obstacle. It seems the king is right. You lot really came to attack the palace while we were out. How dare you lay a hand on the princess? Huffing a grunt in an irate manner, First Elder was glaring daggers at the bunch. But now you can forget about ever leaving this place alive. The old man leading the second group of attackers only snickered a laugh at the idle threat. Is that so? Shame though. I've already had some of my subordinates run off to inform Keeper Ling about the princess's existence. Now whether it be the Demon King or Demon Queen, or even the Demon Realm for that matter, none of you need to exist anymore. What? Darkening in the face, First Elder's voice grew dreadfully cold like he wants to snap the other side's neck. Sneering some more after getting the reaction he wanted. Do you know why the Celestial Lord never moved against the Keepers despite his hatred for them? It's because they hold an ancient relic in their hands. It's an incredible weapon containing power capable of destroying everything, and such a relic can only be activated by the Keepers themselves. Dealing Yan's fury for. The old man's smile deepens like a tactician winning a battle. Guess what? Keeper Ling only held back against your king because he needs him to produce a daughter for us. Now that we have one right here, what makes you think he will let that abhorrent Demon King live once news gets to his ear? Without surprise, First Elder's expression devolved into an ugly frown. He's all too aware of what the other fellow was implicating by that threat. The power from that strange lightning caused by the sword from earlier still left his heart trembling with fright. It's overwhelmingly powerful and destructive to the point where even he has to watch out from being struck head-on, clenching his fist until it's slightly shaking. Don't look down on the king of the demon realm. I can say for certain even if all the keepers from your celestial palace gathered here today, it would only end up in a deadlock between both sides. Ha ha ha. The old man laughs some more like he's just heard something hilarious. That would be the case if you hadn't touched Lady Ruoshi. She is the future savior of our world. What qualifications do you animals have in targeting her? That's why Keeper Ling brought out the ancient sword for this fight. He's not messing around anymore, you see. The power of the ancient artifact may be powerful and terrifying, but it's a consumable item that could only be used once after being fully activated, hence its lack of appearance in the battle 1,000 years ago. Uncle Winger. Di Lingyan hurries to tug at her protector's shoulder after getting all anxious. I want to go see my father. Hurry and take me to my father. Great-grandpapa already went to Jean Tian's side, so he will be fine. I must make sure father is okay. Princess. Winger sounded hesitant despite the plea. Unbeknownst to everyone else, that lightning from earlier was practically the same power that's been hunting him for all these years. Imagine hiding for all your life from a nightmare. And now you're being asked to confront said nightmare. Who wouldn't be scared? Nevertheless, once he took another look at the baby girl in his arms and that tearful face, the Birdman just couldn't refuse, nodding his head with a firm light. Okay, I'll take you to him. Even if I have to risk my life at being discovered, I must go. I owe it to the queen. I can't repay the debt to her now. That leaves her daughter the princess. Back over in the Holy Dragon Mountain, Bai Yan has been continuing to trek through the thick shrubberies when her temple ached with a throbbing pain, causing the woman to stare up into the sky with a frown. Mother, is something wrong? Noticing the oddity, Bai Xiachen quickly asks with his curious face, gripping her chest like something's wrong. Xiachen, we need to hurry and find a way out. I fear something might have happened back home. How can this be? Ditsong is watching over the demon city. There's no way something can happen while he's there. Am I overthinking this? Yin Yin, look. Emily Shang, the young man, suddenly calls out from the front, his voice sounding surprised by what he's pointing at. Looking over as instructed, Bai Yin too was surprised by the scene. It's a huge lake of icy blue color which reflected the sky like a crystal mirror. Dragon Spirit Lake. Molly the winged piggy promptly jumped out of his master's arm and started to flap his wings excitedly. Hurry, Queen Mother, we need to put Dragoni into the lake. The lake water will help her wake up. Despite her own woes about a strange lake that seems to appear out of nowhere, Bai Yin wasn't going to doubt the little fella's decision. From the very beginning, this piggy has done nothing but look out for her goddaughter with no indication of that ever changing. Dealing Yan's fury 5. Originally this cold lake should have been enough to turn any person into a greenish hue due to the insane low temp, but as Bai Yin slowly placed the girl into the water, what came of it was nothing short of serene. There's a little bit of flush red filling Dragonie's face, making her look like someone that's peacefully asleep. Do you feel it as well? Bai Yin turns to Mo Li Shang, the young man, after checking the air. The atmosphere here is very thick with spiritual energy. It's a suitable location for training. The young man nods in agreement. Indeed. Unfortunately, I don't have time to train here now. Let's look around first. There's bound to be a way out of this place. The panic and unease have grown much stronger by this point, making the woman more urgent to return to her husband's side. Okay. Sensing the tension as well, Mo Li Shang didn't dally around and quickly began the search. It's then something up ahead caught their eye that seems to appear out of nowhere. Standing at a person's height was a monument with several words etched along the surface. To break is a demi-divine lord. Demi-divine lord? What does that mean? Mother. Bai Xiachen tugs at Bai Yan's hand. This monument says demi-divine lord. Does that mean we need to break this monument with a demi-divine lord? Does that mean we can leave after we break it? A shudder breaks into Bai Yan's heart, causing her hands to clench into a ball in the process. But how can I spare the time to advance into the demi-divine lord level? The city is under attack and I'm supposed to sit here and train? Making an extremely frustrated face. Why? Why must I fall into this forsaken place at this time? Why does the city have to be attacked while I'm away? I can't do this. I must return to Ditsong's side right now. Bang! Not hesitating, Bai Yan throws a heavy punch at the monument. The force used could crush a rock, but instead of showing a single crack, the recoiling force from the impact actually bounced her back to the ground. Mother! Greatly startled by the turn of event, Bai Xiachen didn't think twice and threw himself to her side. Mother, you will be hurt if you continue to hit it. I don't want you to be hurt. It's okay, son, move aside and let me do this. We can't stay here and continue this endless wait while your father is in danger. Climbing up again, Bai Yin pummels her fist for a second time and roused a similar outcome. Not conceding, the attack continued, only to repeat itself time and time again. Eventually blood came seeping out of the woman's messed up fingers that had clearly been scratched to the point of showing bones at some point. Demi-divine lord. Why is it only a demi-divine lord that can break this? I refuse to believe that's the only way. Even if I'm only at the high divine stage, I will break this blasted rock. No one can stop me from going back to Ditsong's side, let alone a monument in this forsaken place. Yin Yin. Mo Li Shang sounded distressed now, especially when his gaze fell upon the female's hand. He wants to stop her from doing this, of course, but against that strong level of determination, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, he's far too aware of how much Bai Yin loves Ditsong. To ask his friend there to stay put and train patiently would be equivalent of killing her while the husband was in danger. Very soon, a trickle of blood came trickling down the woman's lip due to the continuous recoiling force of her punches. She's at the point of sustaining an internal injury if she keeps this reckless assault up. Dragonie's father won. Click. From out of the blue, a crisp sound rang out from the study structure. It's a clear sound that echoed across the environment. Mo Li Shang was the first to react here and he could see the cause of that sound. Right in front of his eye was a small tiny crack along the stone surface. Though it's hardly worthy to be called a crack, but it's more than enough to make him gawk. How can it be? That monument clearly said that only a demi-divine lord can break it. Yin Yin is only at the high divine level. How did she manage to make a crack on it? For a while, the look self-doubt was all that was plastered along the young man's face. He's obviously having trouble believing his own eyes despite reality being in front of himself. Bai Yin, on the other hand, didn't let up though. She's unimpressed and continued to barrage the monument further, and at an increasing ferocity, until, boom! Like a rocket making impact on its target, the structure suddenly exploded under the final punch from the woman's fist. She's expended after this achievement. Collapsing backwards like a wilting flower, Bai Yan's condition wasn't any better than the very thing she destroyed at this moment. Mother! Bai Xiachen cried out and dashed over to catch the falling body. The child wanted to do something to help elevate that pale complexion, But all he managed was a reckless frolicking of his arms in the air like a clueless dote that he was in these situations. Exactly like his old man. Mother. Does it hurt? It's my fault, I couldn't help you. In the steambun's view, he's a man of the family and should be the one carrying the weight of any problem. It didn't help his consciousness either when he saw those messed up fingers of Bai Yan's. I'm fine. She forcibly pulls herself back up from the ground and scanned the area for change. The monument is broken, why are we still stuck here? Yen Yen. Emily Shang runs forward and picks up a yellow scroll from the spot where the rubble was. This appeared after the stones shattered. I believe there's a clue in it. Taking it over without a second of delay, Bai Yan quickly opened it and read the content to her own surprise and frown. If the monument is broken by a demi-divine lord, then one shall stay forever. If broken by one not of thee, they shall stand after the break. By now Bai Xiachen had also gotten a look at the scroll by gleaming up from the side, cringing up his face in confusion. What does that mean, mother? What is this stand after break? The woman didn't answer her boy's question though, only tightly clenching onto the scroll and making a deep frown. Xiachen, Emily Shang steps in to explain. I speculate the meaning is that the stone monument can easily be broken by a demi-divine lord's power, however. It also means they will be forever trapped here if one did so. Respectively, those that are beneath said level like your mother may not have an easy time breaking the monument, but it's possible and it's the key to our escape from this place. This time the party has gambled it right, and it's also due to Bai Yan's love for Ditsong. If not for that powerful emotion, they might have really stayed to do as the words said. By then they really would have been trapped for good. Dragoni's father too? Is that so? Bai Xiachen nods like he's enlightened now before turning back to Bai Yan. But then why is mother ignoring me? Emily Shang also noticed this oddity at this point, furrowing his brow while looking over. Yen Yen. Unfortunately for the two lads there, their words aren't going to reach the woman's ear at this moment because something else was happening under their very eyes. Right now inside Bai Yan's mind, a haze of fog blinds her sight of view. Where is this place? Who's messing around? She scans the front vigilantly for signs of attack. It's then as if to answer her call, a surreal voice speaks out from all directions. Fated one, if you are able to come to this place, then that means my daughter is with you, right? Daughter? A slightly confused look took hold of Bai Yan's eye. There are only two females in their party, one being herself and the other being her goddaughter. And if she remembers correctly and without fault, Dragoni should be the daughter of the former dragon chief from the demon realm. It doesn't add up regardless of how she calculated it. Your daughter? You mean Dragoni, my goddaughter? Frowning now along the face and speaking in a hostile tone. I know for a fact she is the daughter of the former dragon chief from the demon realm. Why are you impersonating her birth father? The voice clearly sounded pleased based on its tone despite the aggressive attitude from the other side. You are not wrong in your assumption. Technically speaking, I am her father from a previous life. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I had to seal her soul up until the opportunity presented itself. In this case, she went into the wheel of life and was reborn, as you said, the daughter of that former dragon chief in your memory. A surprised face promptly gripped Bai Yan's expression because she knew all along something was amiss when she met Dragoni. The attachment she held towards the girl was strange to say the least, especially when they never met before until her first arrival at the Demon Realm's palace. In light of her own shock, Bai Yan didn't hurry to follow up with more questions. Rather, she gathered her wits to get to the bottom of the current dilemma. Then what is this place that I'm in? If Dragoni is your daughter, does that mean anyone else can also come here if they had her with them? No, the voice sounded faint and distant. That is not the case. The reason I allowed you in here is of my own choice. I sensed the blood that is yours inside my daughter's vein. That's why I brought you in here when you picked up the scroll housing my soul. It's also why I am calling you a fated one. Blood? He must be referring to the essence blood I used to save Dragoni. To think the reason why I wound up here is because of that. I'm assuming you didn't summon us in here just to recognize your daughter, is it? There must be another reason as well. Perhaps it's due to the voice's relationship to her own goddaughter. But Bai Yan's tone also softened up when searching the area for signs of the source. You don't have to look for me. I won't come out with my current appearance. It will certainly frighten you if I did so after going through that event. Furthermore, I can't either even if I wanted to because my continued existence can only be prolonged by staying within the scroll. So, I will have to bother you to keep watch over my daughter in the future. Event? What event are you talking about? You're too weak the way you are to ask for that detail. Fated one, there are things in this world that aren't fit for the weak to know. Secondly, I didn't summon you into the world of the scroll for such talks. I'm here to give you an aiding push. Immediately, Bai Yan's forehead had cringed up into a knot after hearing his intentions. She was just wondering if the so-called event was related to the calamity that's being mentioned by the Celestial Palace, but to be told she's going to get help from a stranger's voice? Now that's something she never expected. Dragonese Father 3. How can you help me? I will give you the rest of my strength to help you advance into further heights. Afterwards I will return to my slumber. But my daughter? I will have to bother you to keep caring for her in the future with the power I give you. Boom! Just when Bai Yan wanted to open her mouth, a stinging sensation suddenly filled her head and made the woman flinch. Before she knew it, an outside force bordered on the line of invasiveness entered her veins and gathered into the meridian. My daughter hasn't woken up yet, so you can put her in this place for a while. No one can step foot here, she's safe, and the flying pig around you. Let him stay and look after my daughter too. Oh, and your son is quite good from the way I see it. If later on he can cope with the upcoming changes, then I will promise him my daughter. As icing on the cake, there's also a demon sealed within the ice lake here. If your son ever gets strong enough to reach the demi-divine lord level, have him come possession of it. For a moment, Bai Yan wanted to smack herself to see if this was real. Why does Dragonese Father sound like a market madam that's constantly yapping away without end? Long-winded and endless jibbery-jabby. But why a demi-divine lord? Is there a reason for that? Because that place can only be reached if one is a demi-divine lord. In the voice's view, this was the only gift he could offer outside of the power he's going to give her. For saving Dragonese's life, and for allowing himself to meet his precious daughter again. You can rest assured, tightening up her hands in a firm manner. No matter what happens, I will not abandon Dragone. She is like family to me. I won't abandon family. I believe you. How could he not believe Bai Yan? A human woman who would take her own essence blood out for a demon. That's something he's never heard of during his period alive. I also want to ask one last question. How do I get out of this place? The voice didn't hesitate and answered right away like he expected it. That's easy, you couldn't leave before because I wanted you to come here. Now that I've met you, the obstacle will naturally clear out on its own if you continue to walk down the mountain path. After saying this sentence, the strange presence simply disappeared. Bai Yan understood why, of course. Without energy to support his own soul, the voice was bound to fall back into slumber until it regenerates enough to function. The issue was when. Days, months, or years? Unaware of how long the time has passed in her current state, Bai Yan's body had started to tremble excessively due to the surging power from within. She never experienced such force before, which felt like it's going to make her flesh burst. Even so, the mind was the key here. As long as she's able to overcome the mental and spiritual test provided by being fast-tracked in her growth, the power would be hers to wield. Mother. Bai Xiachen asks again from the real world. What's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? And suddenly making a breakthrough? And 2 stages in a row? Directly from a bottom divine to a high divine? As if to answer his call, Bai Yan suddenly moves again. Reaching out with her hand, she rubs the boy's head in a soothing motion. Don't worry, Xiachen, I only met Dragonese's father just now. This place is also made by him. Dragonese's father? The steam bun lights up in the face. But isn't she the daughter of the former dragon chief? How did you meet him? Well, it's a difficult thing to explain, but everyone has a past life, right? This father is one of Dragonese's past father, and not the one you know of. Dragonese's father, for. Bai Xiachen makes a face like he's enlightened. Now I understand, mother. So what did Dragonese's father say? Smirking mischievously, Bai Yan throws the bomb down like a sly fox. He said to betroth Dragone to you. Emoli Shang instantly started to cough like he's been hit in the stomach. How old are the kids? They're already talking about betrothal? And it's done by the parent's own mouth? Then, as if recalling something, the young lad slowly sneaked a peek to the winged piggy next to himself. He wanted to find if there's any change in the little fella's expression, but found none to his own relief. It seems I was overthinking the matter before. Molly only wants to protect the girl in the purest sense and not anything else. Mother. The steam bun gets unhappy and buries his frowning face into the woman's belly. I don't want a wife, I only want to stay by your side. Also, Dragoni is my sister. If me and her marry, then wouldn't that be considered incest? Bayan's face visibly twitched over the last bit. You're not blood related, so it doesn't matter. You're still young, so you will understand this in the future. The boy merely tilted his head like a lost child. Will I really understand in the future? Then mother, how are we supposed to get out of here? Looking up to face the downward slope, Bayan makes a meaningful face. We need to continue down the path. This place won't stop us anymore. However, Dragoni needs to stay here under her father's request, along with Molly to watch over her. Emily Shang was the first to react to that statement since it involved his companion, making a reluctant glance to his little buddy. Okay, you stay and protect Dragoni while she's asleep. Me and Yin Yin will leave together. Although the lad and his piggy companion did agree to split up before, but to actually have the pair go ahead with such an idea was still painful for the pair. Showing tears along his piggy face, Master, I will be sure to protect Dragoni, so you can be assured. Regarding this arrangement, Bayan didn't have any objections. In her view, there must be a reason why the voice insisted on the piggy to stay behind. Mother, doesn't it hurt? Bai Xiachen carefully raises the woman's hand with a look of pain over the revealing bones. I will blow on it. Before, you would always blow on my wound if I got hurt, so you will be fine too. That said, the boy promptly began to puff up his cheeks to give it a big huff of air like it would do something. Still hurt? Of course not, you silly, rubbing her son's head in a happy fashion. We will go back now. Your father and siblings are waiting for us. What needs to be done has been done on this account. Now all that leaves was to confront the enemies coming at them. And whatever fate holds for her and her husband, Bayan intends to meet it together. The sky above the demon city has already been shrouded in dark looming clouds. It's uncomfortably suffocating under the constant hammering roars of the thunder. Even so, a single figure remains standing with no fear in his eyes. Such a being exuded dominances and power. Keeper Ling. Suddenly, an excited voice came over from the rear and landed on the conceited keeper's side. Dragoni's father 5. What's going on? The grumpy keeper asks using a deep voice after seeing how excited the other Sid was. I have wonderful news, Keeper Ling. The demon realm actually has a princess that's only 2 years old. Back then the demon queen didn't just give birth to one, but a pair of twins. Boom! The messenger's words were like a beaming ray of sunshine for the keeper, causing him to choke for a proper response to describe his own ecstatic emotion. In contrast to the delight felt by the members of the Celestial Palace, Yunruo, she didn't feel so happy right now. She's downright distraught at the outcome regarding her own fate. Why is there a princess in the demonic world? And that winger would hide the fact from me. What am I supposed to do? If Keeper Ling really manages to kidnap the princess, then I will have to carry the burden of saving the world. That bastard, is he trying to kill me by lying? Hatred has long filled the woman's heart, therefore the news only added to her vile nature. You are saved, Ruoshi, you are saved. Keeper Ling couldn't hold back and grabbed the woman's shoulder, oblivious to the fact that the other side was making a face uglier than seeing their own parents die. Are you happy? Now you will finally be able to cultivate again with the demon princess's blood. Shuddering some more. The deceitful witch didn't know what to say nor respond. She's merely standing there in a daze. Can I not? My body is just fine like it is. Deetsong didn't miss their conversation, of course. Immediately, the Demon King's brow began to furrow up. In the end, Ling Yan's existence became known to these people after all, but I won't let anyone hurt my daughter. Demon King, Keeper Ling smirks like he's won already. Over the years your kind have sinned, but now you can finally redeem yourself somewhat by sacrificing your daughter to save the world. So I forgive you. Boom. In light of that self-conceited and self-righteous sentence, the old grumpy man didn't hold back. Perhaps it's the fact he no longer had a use for Deetsong, But the power coming out of the sword just increased by several folds, meaning the battlefield had spiraled out of the Demon King's control. Back over in the city streets, Winger had just finished running out of the palace with the princess in arm when he sensed the terrifying power coming his way. Without a second of hesitation, he whisked his sleeve towards the sky to fend off the lightning strike that was striking down in their spot. Bang! Puking blood from the impact, the Birdman went deathly pale as he gets forced back. Uncle Winger. Di Lingyan burst into tears. Are you hurt? Dragoni's father 6? Winger shook his head and warmly brought the girl in his arms closer for protection. Princess, I'm sorry but I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to seek the king now. Di Lingyan's eyes dimmed somewhat. She wanted to head to her father's side. But she also knows the act of dragging someone else into trouble was a wrong thing to do. Let me down, Uncle Winger. It's okay, you don't have to look down at me like that. I'm actually very tough and can take care of myself. The milky voice and strong determination sent the Birdman trembling inside because he felt ashamed for being a coward. A full-grown adult couldn't even compare to a 2-year-old courage. What more does he need to say? Princess, I actually don't feel hurt at all from the lightning. It's no different from an itch. Here, I'll take you to the king. Even if that pain stung him deep into the bone, Winger won't allow the baby to go off on her own. It's his duty right now to protect her and his wish. Really? A puzzled expression came off of Di Lingyan when looking up. I've seen Mother take hits from a lightning. It hurts a lot. Don't worry, Princess, that is not a thunderbolt so it doesn't hurt. Would I lie to you? Look at my face, does it look like someone that's hurt? Though palish in color, Winger's expression remains relaxed on the surface and even showed a slight smile to emphasize his point. Okay, Uncle Winger, I believe you. But first let me down, I can walk on my own. No, Princess, we have to go to the king faster, so let me carry you. He tries to persuade her by speaking softly. Nodding over the suggestion since it's reasonable, Di Lingyan didn't object. All right, we will go find father. I don't want anything to happen to him. Okay, let's go. With the nod given, Winger began to move with the girl firmly protected in his arms. He's making sure his entire body was acting as a shield when the lightning bolts come down again. Otherwise it would surely hit the princess if he's not careful. Very soon, the Birdman could see the tightly closed gate of the city after enduring several more strikes from above. He's spitting blood now from the corner of his mouth, but he's done and kept the charge in his arms safe. Uncle Winger, you tricked me, you're hurt. Let me down. I will go on my own to find father. Boom! Only a meter away from the exit, Winger finally collapsed under the last blow from the sky. Ah! Di Lingyan cried out in fright. Uncle Winger, how are you? Don't die please, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have asked you to help me find father. Don't die. Seeming to recall something crucial, the girl suddenly picked up a dagger from the ground nearby and cut open her finger, thus allowing the blood to flow into Winger's wound. Tearful Lingyan 1. Slightly quivering along the eyes, Winger slowly regains his consciousness after falling down only to be welcomed by the image of a crying girl after looking up. Princess, don't cry. I'm fine. Reaching up with his hand, the Birdman attempts to wipe away some of those tears. Then that's when he noticed the cut across the girl's finger. What did you do? Finally smiling after confirming the other side was fine, Di Lingyan immediately got all happy again knowing she succeeded. Back when I was at the Sky Mountain, I accidentally cut myself when I tripped over a withered tree's root. My blood made the old tree grow again. So, I thought if I smeared some of my blood on your wound it might help heal you too, Uncle Winger. Like the baby girl says, her blood does have the magical property of healing anyone if applied. But only if the patient was still alive and breathing. A tight pain promptly gripped Winger's heart due to this news. He's fully aware of his own lowly status. If not for being saved by the demon realm, someone like him wouldn't even be worthy of being in the princess's presence, let alone demand the baby to offer up her blood. Such privilege and honor. He should never have received it nor deserve it after all he's done. And exactly then, another past memory suddenly surfaced within the Birdman's brain like a stroke of light. It's the time he spent in that endless darkness, and how the tender voice of a strange girl came into his life. Just like her mother, the princess is kind and beautiful. How could I have been so foolish and misled for all this time? That Yunrua, she could never do good with her vile nature. How could I have been so stupid? Princess, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Guilt, pain, regret, countless emotions blended into one indescribable emotion that continued to rip away at the man's soul. Why are you apologizing, Uncle Winger? Blinking her big baby eyes. Di Lingyan didn't understand why the other side would suddenly say that. Closing his eyes in pain, the man decides to come clean. In the past, your mother gave me the only hope in life during my darkest moment. I promised to go find her if she couldn't come find me afterwards. However, by the time I did, she was already gone. Even worse, I misrecognized your mother's enemy as her, and did some very terrible things during that period. I almost did it again and was supposed to kill you and your brother. He wanted to speak the truth and spill everything how his heinous past, and now that he said it, it both removed a heavy burden from his shoulder and frightened him. The former being the guilt, the latter of not being able to achieve forgiveness. I won't blame you, Uncle Winger. Mother said it before, a good child is one that knows when he is wrong. So Mother won't blame you either. Awash with purity due to that clean voice, Winger never felt so refreshed in his entire life. But your mother, she doesn't seem to remember me anymore. If she had remembered me, she would have gone to find me long ago, probably. Isn't that easy? If Mother doesn't remember you, Uncle Winger, then we can remind her. Tilting her little head, Di Lingyan's answer to the problem sounded so simple yet so obvious. But Uncle Winger, have your body recovered yet? Tearful Lingyan too. Feeling much better now after his brief recovery, Winger stands up and readies himself. I'm ready, Princess, we can continue to look for the king. Outside the gates of the city, all was in ruins due to the massive damage to the landscape. Even so, Deetsong remains firm against the constant hammering of that destructive thunder and hurricane-level winds. Against this level of devastation, not even Keeper Ling could keep his old heart at ease. There's shock and there's fear plastered all over his face right now because he expected the battle to be over by now. Has this Demon King grown to such an extent? If it was anyone else from the Celestial Palace taking on those bolts, they would have fallen long ago. Pity. If only we had destroyed him properly back then when we had the chance, then I never would have needed to waste the precious sword's power on him today. I can't let this go on. If this Demon King continues to grow at the rate he's doing now, then it would just be a matter of time before he overturns the entire celestial realm. Gritting his teeth at the thought, Keeper Ling once again reaches out to grab at the ancient sword's handle. However, instead of wielding the blade like some would expect, the artifact seems to have a mind of its own and came alive by sucking the old fella's energy dry like it's a black hole. In contrast to the withering look of the user, the lightning above in the sky only grew in kind, giving off a sensation that it's tearing apart the world due to the new influx of fuel. This was a terrible turn of event for Deetsong, of course. He's been drained already after being repeatedly bombarded by the destructive bolts of electric might, and now that body of his had started to show signs of depletion, meaning it's a matter of time before he falls if nothing was done. Naturally, the king of all demons couldn't allow that under any circumstances. There are his subjects behind himself that needs protecting, but more importantly, there's his children that's still hiding in the palace. No matter what happens, the man and father won't and couldn't allow himself to fall. Suddenly, the blurry image of Bai Yan's face seems to materialize within Deetsong's view in this dire time. It's just that instead of the iconic red dress that she's always worn, the dazzling and gorgeous woman had on a pearly white garb, giving him a smile so wonderful that it's captivating, exactly like 1,000 years ago where his heart was swept away with one simple look. Demon King Deetsong. 1,000 years ago you would never have allowed yourself to be placed in this predicament. Aren't you regretting it, regretting all your past deeds? If not for your brash act of barging into the Celestial Palace and saving that wretched woman, none of this would be happening today. Seeing the other side's about to give, Keeper Ling decides to put the final nail in the coffin by spewing out the snarky remarks. Make no mistake though, this arrogant and grumpy keeper may have the upper hand right now, but even he knows that without this ancient artifact in his possession, he would never be able to overcome the other side. Narrowing his eyes into a glare, Deetsong stares down menacingly at the annoying thorn that wouldn't shut up. You emotionless old fossils could never understand what it means to love a person. That's why you can say such idiotic things to me. Yin Yin is my world. Without her this world means nothing. I will give up my body and soul if it means saving her. 1,000 years ago I did so, and 1,000 years later, that is today, I will do the same if needed. Song may not be able to remember everything from the past, but he more or less remembers the crucial bits of why he became so weak. Tearful Ling Yan 3. The jealousy inside Yunruo, she was quickly making her go crazy right now. It's true she loves Chui God from the hearts down, but seeing how Bai Yan could get such deep love from someone else still drove her to the edge. Why is the two most beautiful and handsome men in this world loving her like so while I get nothing? Why? Keeper Ling naturally didn't notice the vicious jealousy surging within the woman's eye when he snarled sarcastically. Even in death, you won't regret it? Song made a very simple reply to get his message across, and that was to openly laugh. I still haven't loved my wife enough, why would I die? In this world, no one can kill me except Yan Yan. In this man's view, only his wife could take his life, no other person out there could. You! The grumpy keeper gawked, not able to comprehend the logic behind the other side's speech. No matter though, the Demon King didn't need others to understand his thinking. He only needs them to understand by experiencing his will. Without ado, an enormous aura suddenly blows up around Song's body and turned the sky around in his favor. Losing his breath at this incredible surge of power, Keeper Ling almost cowered there. How can he do that? The power from the sword should be enough to destroy him, so why is he able to put up such a strong front? I never felt such pressure even back in the day during his prime. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from below his gaze and caused an ominous sensation to creep up his spine. The old fella didn't want to look down, of course, knowing full well what it indicated. However, he also knew he had to, since the concentrated lightning bolts above the sky had started to act erratically like lost flies in a swarm. And sure enough, his entire body went stone cold once he confirmed it with his own eyes. From the sword that was firmly planted into the ground, there's a small tiny line of a crack starting to form along the blade's surface. This small defect may be small right now, but it's definitely a crack, a sure sign that the sword was starting to crack under duress. Keeper Ling. Yunruo, she nervously calls out from the rear. The old witch knows full well if they lose this battle, then the demons here would skin her alive if they could. That was why she's so scared at the moment. Back over in the sky, Song could see what's happening with the sword. He's smirking now, mainly because that's exactly what he wanted. Furthermore, the proud Demon King could already sense the familiar aura of someone he knew drawing in from afar. Otherwise he would never take such a huge risk in what he just did. It's a double-edged sword. Failure means the death of him, but success meant the destruction of the main obstacle. Unfortunately, things wouldn't always pan out the way one deems it to be. Right when the Demon King wanted to finish the job by mustering up the last of his strength, a crying voice suddenly calls out to him from the city gate. Father! It's a tender and childish note belonging to a baby girl. Why is she here? Song wanted to respond to his daughter's cry, but in order to do the damage he did to the ancient sword, he had already exhausted most of his powers. Merely speaking out was an arduous task in of itself. Tearful Ling Yan 4. By the time Ling Yan managed to make it out into the main battle site, the first scene she saw was her old man falling down from the sky and crashing to the ground. Papa? Immediately, the baby girl burst into tears and cried out, pushing herself to toddle unsteadily to the man's side. She didn't think twice, doing the only thing she thought she could do, and that was to cut her own finger again to let the blood drop. Drink, Papa, blood, please hurry and drink some. Ling Yan. Song's faint voice sounded hoarse when speaking, but it paled in comparison to the tense pain he felt when seeing his own daughter's action. He would never ask this from the girl, nor want her to bleed for him. It's okay, Ling Yan. I don't. Unfortunately for the Demon King, his plea only made the baby grow more desperate, which in kind made Ling Yan squeeze her finger even harder to push out more blood. Nevertheless, the added effect of the magical blood did help soothe the poor man's health somewhat. It's not very effective, but it did give a flicker of power back into the Demon King, just enough for him to stop panting like he's about to die at any moment. Ling Yan didn't know what's happening, of course. All she knew was that her blood didn't have the usual effect of instantly healing the patient. Turning to the Birdman behind herself, Uncle Winger, what is happening? Why is my blood not working? My blood is usually more useful than Mother's alchemic pills. Why is it not working on Father? shaking head in a helpless manner over the girl's tearful face. Princess, the king. He's like this not because of an injury, but because he expended too much power. Regarding the consequences of overextending one's power limit, Winger didn't want to say it because it would only hurt the demon baby even more. Even so, Di Lingyan's instinct told herself it couldn't be good, and that was enough. Ditsong also knew the consequences of his own actions and what it meant if there's no help from an outside source. But as a father, he's more worried about calming his precious daughter's mood than his own health. Reaching up to wipe some of those tears, the Demon King's complexion continued to grow worse. Why? Grabbing her old man's hand in the process, Di Lingyan cries upward towards the sky like she's speaking to the heavens itself. What wrong did I do? Why do these people want to hurt me? Her helpless voice only added to the pathetic nature of such a plea because everyone here understood there's no such thing as fairness in this world. In a timely yet unwelcomed moment, Keeper Lingyan's pompous and arrogant voice cuts in. Ha ha ha, Demon King Ditsong exhausted himself in order to ruin my sword, and now his daughter came running out on her own volition. Fate really is on my side. That said, the old grumpy elder continues to grin but had locked onto the baby girl's presence. Little girl, don't worry. I will give you a painless death when I take your life. Di Lingyan didn't care what others had to say though. All she did was cast her eyes downward at her own man like she's in her own little world. Nevertheless, the muttering response she said told everyone she's well aware of the situation. My life is given to me by mother. I may be small and don't understand much about this world, but I know enough that aside from my mother, no one else can demand me to die. She may be childish and young, but the girl's words were more than enough to make Keeper Ling grind his teeth in hated anger. Why are all of Bai Yan's children like this, so lacking in virtue and teaching? Just like her mother. This demon princess is so selfish and arrogant. She doesn't give one care about the world. The sneaky Di Lingyan one. Ha ha ha. Though he's laughing, Keeper Ling's tone nevertheless gave off a creepy chill that's unfitting to his style. Little girl, your parents have done too many evil things in their life, and now we are merely trying to help you because only you can gain redemption for your parents. The old fella knows full well Ditsong didn't have the strength to stop himself anymore. But he's a member of the Celestial Palace, an institution of the highest moral standard. Even if he takes a life, he wants to make sure the other side understand why they are dying. It's his ethical standard. Showing an irritated face. My father and mother have done nothing bad. It's you people who won't let them go and kept pestering them. She won't allow others to badmouth her parents. That's the demon princess's standard. Continuing to smirk in a sly fashion. It's not up to you to decide if they've done bad or not. It's me who decides it. Of course, if you are willing to contribute your blood and save the lady next to me, I will naturally forgive your parents for all their past mistakes. Treating Yun Ruoshi with the fox blood wasn't an overnight feat. It's a long-term project that requires constant showering. Meaning until the baby girl across from himself bleeds the last drop of blood, it won't be enough for him. Furthermore, this grumpy keeper already seen the healing function of the fox girl's blood just now when used on the Demon King, thus reaffirming his belief of the treatment's viability. So you refuse to let me go because of my blood? If that's the case, then why didn't you say so? Di Lingyan's childish and surprised-sounding voice causes Winger to be puzzled from the back. On the way here, he's told the princess on what these crooks from the Celestial Palace wanted, so it didn't make sense on why she's being so surprised like she didn't know. Obviously it's an act, but why? I'll just give you my blood. I hate to have you people constantly hounding me because of that reasoning. Despite the pure and innocent words of the baby princess, Di Lingyan's complexion was as white as it would come for someone that's about to have her blood drained. Princess. Winger's heart began to pick up as he pulled the princess behind himself in a protective manner. Believe in me, Your Highness. I can protect you and the demon realm. Last time, he only managed to get away with only being injured because he retracted his own aura right away, thus sustaining a severe but not life-threatening injury. However, if he were to take this battle today and release his full might to fight, then it's without a doubt those hunting him would let loose the full might of that lightning. By then it's likely he won't survive the ordeal. Slowly closing his eyes, Winger's expression gradually becomes firm, and by the time he opened them again, there's determination and strength. For the sake of Her Royal Highness, for the Queen and the Demon Realm. So what if those people find out? These two are the ones I most want to protect. Even she has forgotten me, I won't regret it. Uncle Winger. It's at this moment when the Birdman's about to release his all and step into the realm of no return. Di Ling Yan's crisp, clear voice cuts in and interrupts the act. Believe in me, Uncle Winger. I am a princess of the demon realm. Sacrificing myself for the sake of my home is expected and only right. There's no brightness in the girl's smile anymore. Only the sternness of someone ready to meet their end when she pulled out a random bowl from somewhere. It's what she intends to use to hold her blood that's dripping from the finger right now. The sneaky Di Ling Yan too. Perhaps it's intentional. Or the girl simply cut herself a bit too deep back inside the city. But her finger wound didn't need further splitting when trying to drip the blood into the half-filled bowl that she tossed over. Shocked and taken aback at the primitive method, Keeper Ling frantically caught it midair before the blood could spill. Even so, the rude act couldn't hinder the elation that's showing across the old face. Hurry, Roshi, come take this blood. He personally watched the baby girl bleed herself there. That's why the old fella didn't suspect a thing on why it went so smoothly. Furthermore, these keepers from the Celestial Palace are all individuals who are not prone to the scheming and conspiracies of the human world, hence the reason why they are so easily deceived, especially by the old witch who's been having their heads wrapped around her fingers. Yunrua, she didn't show the same kind of elation like the other side though. She's downright panicking. Keeper Ling, I don't think it's a good idea. Having me drink blood, I just can't. If my body really recovered, wouldn't that mean I would have to shoulder the burden of protecting the world? No. What does these people take me for? Why should I sacrifice myself for someone else? You are the only hope of the Celestial Palace, Ruoshi. The elder sighs with a frown showing across his old face. And only by having you recover will we never fall. Now we are only asking you to drink this blood. Why are you refusing? The old witch's face only grew paler as she's being forced into a corner. There's simply no excuse she could use to refuse without her lies unraveling. Accepting her fate, Yunruashi decisively takes over the bowl and chugged the reddish liquid. However, instead of showing a look of healthiness and strength afterwards, the woman completely dropped the bowl onto the ground and shattered it. She's bleakly white while trembling, which only got worse as she puked blood like someone being injected with a vicious poison. Ruashi! Screaming out in agony over this picture, Keeper Ling rushes over to catch the following woman, turning to confront the baby girl. You wench, how dare you scheme against Rushi? Making an obvious skittish face at the huge holler, Di Ling Yan appears scared on the surface. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that if a bad person does bad things, they will be poisoned if they take my blood. So, she must be a vicious and bad person as well. Humph! That's what you get for hurting my parents and wanting my blood. Now let's see what you will do. Keeper Ling's body started to shake all over due to how livid he was inside. He's green in the face and wanted to strangle the young baby. Knowing full well she's infuriated the enemy, Di Ling Yan starts to move on to her next phase of the plan. Uncle Winger, when a person dies, will their blood solidify? Yes. Winger's mouth twitched because he now understood why the princess did what she did. She poisoned Ruashi by poisoning herself first. The sneaky Di Ling Yan 3. Oh yes, they want my blood and they want to kill me while doing so, didn't they? Oh well, it looks like they will never be able to use my blood then. Di Ling Yan speaks like she's just come to the realization. You! Keeper Ling's face went a shade of green as he pointed that finger in an accusatory manner. Yes, they are going to kill the girl eventually, but not right now. See? Giggling in her voice. I said it already, you are not qualified to kill me. Her smile no longer carried any of the childish delight she had before, only a chill that's distant and cold. Winger may have known the princess for a short period only, but the Birdman never expected to see such a strong side from the baby girl. It's completely out of character and beyond her age. Sinking into a dark glare, Keeper Ling now understood what the baby was trying to do. Humph! You think we can't take you back with us first and then slowly deal with you? As long as she arrives at the Celestial Palace, then her fate would be sealed. That's a fact and a simple task to achieve right now. Unfazed and still smiling with that frosty look. You can. However, if you force me, then I won't ever give you the cure to the granny's poison over there. Yunruashi's brain literally exploded right in that moment. Not because of the poison though, nay. but because she's been called an old granny. A lethal sore spot for any woman of age. This wench, she actually dared to call me a granny? I knew it, she's just as annoying as that by Xiachen. As expected of by Yan's children, they're all ill-mannered brats. She wanted to say something to rebuttal that claim, but the clenching pain from the abdomen sent her crouching down like a squirming worm. You admit you added poison? Keeper Ling also explodes upon seeing the pained look of the old witch. I'm too negligent, thinking a child will not have too many vile thoughts, but this is Bai Yan's child. I should have known. Di Lingyan didn't pay too much attention to the elder's interrogating voice though. Instead she continues to speak with the birdman. A huge disrespect for any keeper. Uncle Winger, can you take my father back to rest? His injury is very serious. Dropping her head, the baby girl appears to be frustrated due to her own powerless self. Naturally Winger would be frowning over the request. If he leaves, then what about the princess herself? Thankfully the dilemma didn't last long because First Elder had caught up by now and presented himself as the answer. Princess, you really came to this place. What if something happens to you? Her Highness the Queen will skin us alive if she finds out. Quivering in his lips, First Elder said the first thing that came to his mind before noticing Ditsong lying there in a pit. This the king? Tearing up in the face now, Di Lingyan promptly answered. First Elder, my father is hurt, can you take him back to rest? I'll be all right. First Elder didn't move though. Instead he signals the old goat who also came with him to lift their liege out of the hole before turning to the one responsible. Keeper Ling, you people from the Celestial Palace all claim to be morally benevolent, yet you're hurting a child? Don't you think it goes against what you claim to stand for? Making a mocking laugh, Keeper Ling obviously felt otherwise based on that sarcastic tone. Child? If she is a child, then how could she plot a murder? You think a child can do such a vicious and cruel thing? How can you say that about me? You want to eat me and I'm supposed to be grateful? Di Lingyan's eyes got all dark and serious in her counter. Mother taught me I cannot hurt others without reason, nor allow others to hurt me. And if they do, we must return the favor at twice the level. The sneaky Di Lingyan for. I like to ask, is it me poisoning her more serious or her eating a child more serious? Cocking her chin high, Di Lingyan shoots back with strength in her voice. This time even Keeper Ling was speechless because he had no rebuttal against that logic. Although he mouthed off about the good of this world and such, but the demon princess was still just a child. That's a fact and he couldn't deny it. Even so, she can't poison Ruoshi. The old grumpy keeper continues to preach his side's logic like a stubborn old fool. The fault lies with the Celestial Palace. Ruoshi did no wrong. We were the ones who forced into it, isn't that right? Princess, did you use poison like he claims? First Elder asks with a hint of confusion in his voice due to not making head or tails of the whole story. This time Di Lingyan didn't deny the case and confirmed it with a nod. Yes, I secretly took a poison while they weren't paying attention. Then she drank my blood, so it's natural that she got poisoned too. The elder's face promptly turned a ghostly white. What poison did you eat? How could you take such a risk, Your Highness? What if something happens? How are we supposed to tell your mother, the queen? Don't worry, First Elder, I have an antidote. Without hesitation or delay, the baby girl quickly took out a bottle containing said pill and tossed it into her mouth. Keeper Ling wanted to rob the item as his first instinct, of course, but it's too late by the time he wanted to move, showing an irate expression as he spoke. Do you have more? Hurry and hand it over if you do. In the Celestial Palace, the strongest alchemist would be Healer Yu. However, the guy hates Ruoshi to death right now. There's no way he would offer a cure even if they asked. No, I don't anymore, said the baby with a slight giggle. Mother only gave me one and I've eaten it. By the way, this antidote will only work after a month's wait. During this period, my blood will always carry the poison, so you people can forget about touching me. Unlike her older brother, Di Lingyan only had 2 years to her life, meaning she's not immune to all sorts of poisons out there. At most she's only slightly resistant to the effects. A visible tremor shook Keeper Ling's body over that answer. He couldn't accept the fact that someone like he would be cheated by a simple child. That's equivalent to someone slapping him and making him lose face. Ho ho, I don't believe there is no antidote on you. Hand it over this instant and I'll forgive you for what you've done. It's then. A snickering sneer cuts in from above and catches everyone's attention. Forgive? On what basis do you have to say that word after all you've done? Standing in the open sky was a woman donning a dress purer and whiter than a drifting snowflake, surreal and mesmerizing. However, the indifferent glare in those eyes seems more threatening than a ferocious beast ready to pounce at her prey. Di Lingyan was the first to react to the new entry, especially when she recognized that incredibly similar face to her own mother's. "Grandmother, you are back." Bai Ning initially fell into a pause over the way she was addressed, but those eyes soon turned to eagerness as she stared downwards at that cute cuddly face that's also staring upwards. The sneaky Di Lingyan 5. For a while, Bai Ning forgot where she was and kept staring down at the joyous image of the child. This girl, 2 years old? And call me grandmother? So she's Yenner's daughter? Are you Yenner's child? Calming the ferocious glint in her eye, the woman's gaze now carried calm like the shining sun when warming the planet. "Grandmother, my name is Di Lingyan. It's Big Brother who named me. Did you know Mother kept talking about you while you weren't around?" The little peachy girl's voice was very good to the ear, assuring others her beauty would surely rival her own mother's one day. Against such a lovely child, there's no way Bai Ning's heart wouldn't be turned. Oh, Bai Yin should be just as cute and cuddly as this child if she was still a baby. It's because of me that she had to suffer so much during those years. Thank goodness she had a good brother to care for her during that period. Otherwise I won't know what else to do. Ling Yan is so good. Descending from the sky after saying that, Bai Ning firmly pulls the child into her arms and gave the baby a big huge hug. Then that's when she noticed the blood dripping down the girl's hand. "What's this? Who hurt you, my dear?" The anger surging within the woman's body couldn't be hidden at the sight of blood. There's a thin layer of red oozing out of the lady's figure, which only grew in kind once she caught a glimpse of the guilty individuals in the back. These people from the Celestial Palace want to use her blood to heal that Yun Ruoshi. Winger's tone and attitude was very distant and cold, totally different from the way he spoke about the old witch prior to the big exposure. Celestial Palace? It's the Celestial Palace again. Bai Ning grinds her teeth when speaking. You people have done nothing but evil. Sooner or later, the world will not tolerate your crimes. Keeper Ling also flew into a rage at the accusatory looks. Bai Ning, I was just looking for you, to think you would come show yourself of your own accord. You are right on one thing though in what you said. The heavens will one day judge the demons because this world doesn't have a place for such vile creatures. They've done nothing but evil. As if you got the right to speak ill of others. Bai Ning doesn't back down and fights back with her own sharp words. You think the amount of people the Celestial Palace have hurt is little? There are hordes of innocent individuals out there who would love to see your head roll. Today I, Bai Ning, will get justice for those poor helpless individuals who couldn't save themselves from your evil hands. Ha ha ha. Unfazed over the threat, the old elder only found the idea hilarious. Bai Ning, you seem to forget something. Who is the one that hid themselves from us for all these years? And who is the one that attacked the Celestial Palace while us keepers were not present? So, explain to me, what can you do now that I'm here? Bai Ning grinned. Then you seem to forget something as well. There's an old saying of things are not what it used to be. It's been so many years already. She's no longer the same Bai Ning who kept living in hiding like in the past. For the sake of her own daughter, for the sake of her own grandchildren. She even kept herself from returning to her own husband. It's all for the sake of making more breakthroughs in order to challenge the order of this world. What she didn't expect though was how quickly these bastards took aim at her family. A 2-year-old, they wouldn't even let a baby go. Self-humiliation 1. Humph. Huffing a grunt, Keeper Ling's eyes contained a deep level of mockery at the threat. He didn't believe the idea for 1 second. Bai Ning, you are too conceited. Even the Demon King lost against me. What can you do with your measly strength? That said, a huge amount of pressuring wave came sweeping out of the senior's body, causing the weak to cower to their knees under this overwhelming strength. Right now, aside from Bai Ning, Winger and Di Lingyan, everyone else have been affected to some extent. This includes First Elder, who also had a change in color due to the pressure because he's obviously not of the caliber. Bai Ning naturally knows why the other side could act so arrogant. Darkening in her gaze, she remains cautious but still smirked anyway. Keeper Ling. In my life there aren't many whom I care for, my daughter is among one of them whom I do. In the past, I only confronted the Celestial Palace because I couldn't turn a blind eye to the cruel and evil deeds you bunch did. But this time, if my daughter wants to overturn the Celestial Palace, then I will accompany her. Boom! A storm suddenly explodes out of the woman's body as well, causing the very earth under her feet to tremble under that might and countered the pressure from the other side. In comparison to the grumpy keeper's strength, it's no weaker nor stronger. That's Bai Ning's reliance. Not by turning to others for help, but by using her own strength to fend off the enemy. You! Keeper Ling's face completely changed at this change of event. No one knows better than this old guy here about how hard it was to break through to a demi-divine lord. Unlike the previous levels, once one reaches the high divine stage, it's no longer about stuffing the cultivator with power anymore. That won't work. The key to having another breakthrough at their level would be enlightenment plus power. If either aspect was lacking, the feat would be null when attempted. For Keeper Ling, his own achievement was 100 years after he reached a bottleneck at the high divine. If not for a fated encounter he experienced at some point in his life, he would be like all the rest and be stuck. And now Bai Ning got to the same level as him in a measly 2 years while he spent 100 years? That's absolutely shocking. The demon realm already has a deed song. I can't allow them to have another Bai Ning to add to their roster. Today this woman must die. Not going to waste any more words. He knew what must be done and punched the air to release a preemptive attack. The recoiling force from the blast roared out, breaking the space and shooting over like an invisible rocket. Bai Ning had no trouble seeing through this since she's been on alert the entire time. In a flash of her body, she quickly dodges the initial punch and drew her long sword to recounter with an arcing wind blade of her own. However, the efforts were apparently futile because a barrier immediately materializes and blocked the swipe before it could even make contact. Snickering in the face, Bai Ning, as a fellow demi-divine lord, you are not my opponent since you've only recently reached this level. My experience and ability to control my energy is above yours. Just like the requirement in reaching this stage, the differentiating factor also changes for people at their level. It's no longer about having more brute strength. It's about being able to wield set power that's residing inside their core. In this case, Keeper Ling has had many more years over Bai Ning in grasping all of his abilities and what he could use or not use. That means he's more efficient and more precise in his attacks, leaving the old keeper able to last longer, and eventually come out on top of the woman as the fight drags out. This was also the reason why he's considered the strongest keeper of this current era. He's able to control the output of his powers much better than everyone else. Of course, if all of the keepers from the Celestial Palace joined hands to fight Ling, then he wouldn't stand a chance. But what's the odd of that happening? Slim if next to impossible. Self-humiliation too. Bai Ning's eyes squinted in as she gently exhaled like she's come to a decision. First Elder, you take Ling Yan away first. I'm afraid I might hurt her by mistake if she stays here. The old senior didn't have time to comply though because Winger had already stepped forward to take possession of Ling Yan first. There's an understanding between the grandmother and the birdman once their eyes met, which needed no further words to express. Returning her gaze to arrogant keeper, Bai Ning reforms her indifferent and cold gaze. There are indeed gaps between various demi-divine lords, but to me, those differences are non-existent and have nothing to do with me. Also, I said it already, I am no longer the same person as I was before. I won't be running from anyone. The momentum around the woman promptly grew more violent. Wave after wave, the aura around her body kept sweeping across the air until everyone nearby could feel it. It's intense and suffocating. The look across Keeper Ling's face could no longer remain calm once he assessed the woman with his own eyes. Without another thought, this old man did the first instinct that came to mind and pushed the old witch away. Ruoshi, watch out! Yun Ruoshi wasn't ready for this sudden shove at all. Similar to an arrow, she flew out in a straight line like an arrow before crash landing 20-odd meters away. Coupling this impact with her already frail body due to the poison circulating in her veins, she immediately threw up blood again. However, the condition couldn't stop the fear from pulling this old witch up from the ground. She was scared out of her mind, which manifested into a physical run for the other way without a single glance back. As for Keeper Ling in the background, ho-ho, as if this selfish woman would care about other people's well-being? She's only using these keepers to her own benefit. Moreover, it's the other side's own choice in risking their life for herself, She has nothing to do with the matter. Winger caught on to what the old witch thought, of course. He's the one who knows Roshi the best here. However, right as the birdman's about to give chase, a small little hand reached upwards and held him back. She'll be back, Di Lingyan says, her lips smiling like a mischievous fox that she was. She's poisoned the woman already. Aside from the baby's mother, there's unlikely anyone else who knows the recipe to the antidote. Also, the most important matter at hand was helping her grandmother. For some unknown reason, the baby girl wants to keep Winger around as a assurance. That's her instinct working and not anything logical. Bai Ning finally read through what the old keeper wanted to do as well. Narrowing her eyes in. You want to protect her? But look at that woman, which part of her behavior is showing she cares about yours? A slight flush similar to an embarrassed face appeared in the old fella's face because he could also see the old witch fleeing behavior. Ruoshi is not afraid to die. She's only afraid she cannot complete her mission of protecting this world. For the sake of all life, she must do so. Bai Ning's smile only got deeper and more mocking, like she's just heard some funny joke. Likewise, First Elder and the other demons nearby were also stunned beyond belief. They've seen cowards before and shameless individuals as well, but this sort of blind ignorance was at a different level. No matter though, whatever the case it was between the Celestial Palace and that deceitful old witch, Bai Ning didn't care. Brandishing her longsword, she unleashes her murderous power for the other side. Keeper Ling got white in the face then as he attempts to defend himself. It's now he finally understood he's been underestimating the woman and hasn't kept his guard up. Gritting his teeth, the old senior swings his sword to meet the attack head-on. Boom! Following a loud explosion due to two opposing forces, the wind blows everything away in the near vicinity. Self-humiliation 3. The whole sky carried the scent of gunpowder, smoking and tense as the dust cloud created by the explosion covered the air. This eerie mood continued right up to the point when the powdery substances cleared up, but what it showed was something most wouldn't have expected. Standing across from the proud woman was none other than Keeper Ling, but unlike before where he's arrogant and conceited, he's a ragged mess with his clothes mostly torn and ripped in all corners. There's blood slowly spreading out from the corner of his mouth and a look of horror along that old face. How can it be? She couldn't have made the breakthrough all that long ago. How can she wield so much power in one attack? Of course, the idea of Bai Ning forcibly enhancing her own strength through underhanded means did occur as well, but considering Keeper Ling's experience and awareness, the old fellow was confident he would be able to pick up the unstable factor of someone going down that route. In other words, the power shown was the real deal in his view. Keeper Ling, do you now believe I'm no longer the same person as I was back then? Smiling in the face, Bai Ning's aura continued to grow as she spoke. Not only can I deal with you now, I do it with ease. As for the Celestial Palace, just wait, I will go settle the debt sooner or later. The old keeper's heart trembled at the threat, causing his hands to tighten into a ball. Now you can scram. By the way, go back and tell your peers to tidy themselves up for me. I, Bai Ning, will personally settle the score with each and every one of them. The woman's voice may be mild and indifferent, but it's strong and powerful to the ear like a drumroll to the other side. That's all Keeper Ling needed to hear though. He didn't argue, nor did he leave a sinister remark before leaving. He merely turned and left in silence. The old man's ashamed of himself for fearing for his own life despite all the moral values he kept spouting. Madam, Winger mutters from the side. Why are we letting him go? The question was good, a reasonable one at that. However, it was First Elder who spoke up to answer it instead of the woman herself. Madam Bai Ning, if I'm not mistaken, you must have taken a special drug to forcibly enhance your powers, didn't you? And that drug, it's only viable for one attack, is that why you let him leave? That's to say, the raging storm of an attack Bai Ning did just now was indeed done at the help of outside materials, just that it's very special and unique to the point where Keeper Ling didn't realize it due to his stunned mindset. If the old grumpy keeper had insisted and had a stronger spirit to fight, he would have immediately exposed the deception. Yes, First Elder, I did take a special Dan pill for that attack I used. I'm like that Keeper Ling, both at the middle stage of the Demi-Divine Lord level. He can't break through my defense, nor hurt the people behind me if I insist on blocking him. Naturally, she wouldn't have done this if she could kill in one blow, but that's simply too hard. Also, I took into consideration of the current fighting force we have. My daughter is not around and my son-in-law is wounded, as you can see. In that case, I feared my prolonged battle with Keeper Ling would draw out the other keepers in the Celestial Palace. By then the tide would change and we would be on the defensive again, and likely unable to cope with the other side's reinforcement. Then smirking mischievously like she's a fox as well, Bai Ning clearly felt proud at what she's achieved. So I took advantage of his mindset and offered him a retreat. I knew he would be shocked by my incredible growth and would waver. It's a gamble and it worked. I understand now, grandmother. Di Lingyan starts giggling like a little child. Grandmother is so smart, scaring that scary old man away. Lingyan is so clever. Bai Ning also starts to chuckle at the sight and went ahead to pinch her grandchild's nose as a tease. Proudly cocking her head high, the praise was definitely working on the princess. That is, of course, I am mother's daughter, so of course I'm clever. In the mind of this little pipsqueak, Bai Yen was the smartest human being out there. As the genetic heir of said being, she's bound to be smart as well. Bai Ning kept smiling, but it didn't stop her from sighing deeply at the mention of her own missing daughter. But my plan won't last for too long. Those keepers from the Celestial Palace are going to come back sooner or later. It will only delay the inevitable battle. So we need to first wake my son-in-law up and help recover. Then the issue won't be an issue anymore. Self-humiliation for. All in all, what Bai Ning did just now was all no more than a front, a fake but well thought out front that was also quite risky. But then again, she didn't have a choice considering all she had to work with. So what if she beat Keeper Ling? Surely the Celestial Palace would bring in the other keepers afterwards. What then? Obviously nothing. One person of her caliber wouldn't be able to contend with that many. She's proud and courageous, not foolish and blind. Of course, if the worst-case scenario occurred and Keeper Ling stuck around, then obviously the woman here would fight to the end. Fortunately it didn't and things worked out fine. There's no person in this world who wasn't afraid of death. It's just a matter of are they prepared to meet their end for their goal. After leaving the demon city, Keeper Ling soon caught up to the old witch, who continued to flee at her fastest speed. And like usual, her lies and deception easily fooled the old man, claiming she only escaped for the sake of saving the world. Just like that, the pair returned to the Celestial Palace without further incident. Keeper Ling, what is going on? Why are you and Ruoshi in such a horrid state? Some of the keepers who saw their return hurried over to ask for their condition, especially Keeper Zun, who showed the greatest worry due to his kind nature. They all believed Yun Ruoshi to be the savior of this world, so many were quite unhappy that Ling would allow the girl to suffer such injury. What if she dies before the calamity strikes? What then? Ignoring the blaming looks coming his way, Keeper Ling got straight to the point. Deetsong has a daughter. That wretched demon wench schemed against Ruoshi and poisoned her. There was a long pause after the news, followed by a burst of ecstasy in the hearts of these old keepers. Apparently the joy had overshadowed the other part about the poison. There's a princess in the demon realm. Then does that mean Ruoshi can be saved? Huffing a grunt at the question. If you can pull a win over that Bai Ning, then go ahead. She's at the demon city right now. Although Deetsong the demon king is injured after his fight with me, it's not enough to cripple him. If we go now, it will only result in our death. Bai Ning. What does this have to do with Bai Ning? Wait, does that mean he's hurt and in this ragged state because of Bai Ning? Many of them thought, gazing up and down at their peer's horrid state. Are you sure? How can that woman be a threat? Keeper Yellow asks with a skeptical tone. He's the one most against Ling and still held a grudge for the previous punch he took. Gloomy in the face, Keeper Ling obviously recognized the skeptic looks coming his way. Do you not see my appearance? This is what Bai Ning did to me, and guess what? Do you know how many hits she needed to hurt me? Just one. She hurt me to this level with one blow. If I hadn't run fast enough, my life would have been left there today. If one never experienced it firsthand, then of course they couldn't relate. But he did. That's why he's so affirmative that Bai Ning has changed drastically compared to 2 years ago. When everyone heard his outcry, they promptly got all quiet. It's eerie and uncomfortable. One blow to defeat Ling? Can they really manage if they attack the demon city now? This Bai Ning. When did she get so strong? Enough everyone, let's further discuss on how to deal with the demon realm. But first I need to go plead with Healer Yu. We need to find an antidote to save Ruoshi. Keeper Zun's gaze got all gloomy at the prospect, Let's hope he will help. After saying this, the kindest of the keepers hurried away from the spot and headed for the back mountain where said person would be. However, due to the deep hatred healer you has of the old witch right now due to a misunderstanding, there's no way he would help. And word travels fast around these parts, especially in the Celestial Palace. When known, the old alchemist immediately hightailed it out of there with Yushurshur and caused Keeper Zune to hit a miss. Self-humiliation 5. After hitting a miss with Healer Yu who had left ahead of time, the remaining keepers were all getting quite anxious due to the old witch's increasingly dire condition. She's green and red all over, a sign her health wasn't getting any better or stabilizing. Do you remember that sword left to us by that individual? The sword is sealed with his power. With gritted teeth, Keeper Yellow mentions this with obvious intent. I remember. Keeper Zune pauses for a moment knowing where the conversation was heading. You want to use it now? That's right. Keeper Yellow huffs in an exasperated manner. Rushi is the key when the calamity strikes. We can't let her life be in peril until then. It doesn't matter if we can keep the sword until that day if we loses her instead. Compared to a divine artifact, I rather we use that sword now and force the demon realm to hand over the antidote. Fine. Keeper Zune also agrees after deliberating the options. I will go grab the sword now, then we can all attack the demon city together. Having said that, the kindest of these old fellas began to turn for the altar hall. However, right as he's about to make a second trip out of here, a gloomy and heavy voice stops him. You don't have to go. Frowning in the face, the confused elder swings his head around at the source of that voice. Why? Are you still unwilling to use the artifact? Don't you know what is more important here, Rushi or the sword? The power in the sword could only be used once after being activated, so it's within reason to be unwilling. It's just that the following reply from Keeper Ling was a news so bad that it left everyone in a distraught state. I'm telling you not to go because I already took it with me when I went out to search for Ruoshi. Bring the sword? He brought the sword, then why would Ruoshi be poisoned then? The idea kept circulating in the air without being spoken. But the sword was destroyed by Deetsong. Boom! Similar to a thunderbolt, their minds were blown away until it's a blank slate. But the sword was destroyed by Deetsong. Ruined? You're kidding with us, right? Keeper Zune asks with trembling vocals. Even if the sword didn't carry the sealed power inside anymore, it's still a divine artifact. What power could destroy a divine artifact? Not even they could make a dent on the blade, let alone destroy it. Keeper Yellow was the first to come back to his senses. Without another word, he rushes up to his grumpy counterpart and grabbed the collar. Keeper Ling, tell me you are kidding about all this. Tell me you're only cracking a bad joke. The latter didn't speak, only keeping silent to reaffirm his answer, which was enough to make Keeper Yellow lose his strength and grasp. They all understood now this was no joke. Why did you take the sword out without discussing the matter with us first? Do you know what you've done? Despite being the kindest and most tempered of them all, Keeper Zune also felt angered and frustrated at the other senior's rash action thus far. How are we supposed to save Roshi now? The sword could have helped us in procuring an antidote, but now without it, what else can force the demon realm into submission? The kind keeper continues to berate the other side with red showing in his old eyes. Guilty as seen, Keeper Ling didn't talk back this time and simply took it. Bang! Unable to take it anymore due to the lack of reaction, Keeper Yellow loses it first and throws a punch directly into the other man's chest. He didn't hold anything back, causing Ling to start throwing up blood due to the former injury. Enough! Yes, I did make a mistake in taking the sword without first informing you all, but what does it matter now? Rather than continue to dig at me, how about we all think of a way to get a cure first? As frustrated and angry as Keeper Yellow was at the bastard, he also had to agree to the fact that fighting wasn't the solution. This includes the remaining keepers who also nodded in agreement. By Yan's return 1. Ling, we are truly chilled to the bones this time after what you've done without our consent. Keeper Zune expresses his displeasure by making his tone cold and distant. However, regardless of the friction happening inside the Celestial Palace, we will put everything aside for the sake of Ruoshi. The urgent matter is, like you said, to save her. Everything else can come afterwards. It took several days for Keeper Ling to bring Yun Ruoshi back. meaning the poison has already been at work for a while. Based on the dreaded appearance of the old witch's body right now, they fear she really might not make it if nothing was done soon. It looks like we only have one option left. Keeper Zun continues after a long silence. Just like Ling said, Demon King Ditsong is injured after destroying the divine artifact, meaning the fighting force of the demon city is at its weakest right now. Go issue a celestial edict in my name. We will gather all the forces we can for a final assault. In the celestial realm, most of the demi-divine lords are gathered in this celestial palace, but there are also some who refuse the invitation to join this organization and would rather live a reclusive life. They may not like this idea, but they couldn't do anything either about the will of others. Will this really work? Keeper Yellow asks after a brief pause. I'm only having them distract by Ning's attention. I'm not asking those outsiders to die for us. When the woman is busy fighting, me and Keeper Ling will sneak behind the main battle line and catch the demon princess. Pausing in his speech, Keeper Zun gives each of his peer a meaningful look to emphasize what it means to fail in this mission. By then I refuse to believe we can't force the girl to hand over an antidote. If they fail, then it would spell the end of this world. That's an outcome they couldn't afford. Looks like it's the only way. Keeper Yellow sighs at the idea. Ruoshi can't die, otherwise the last hope they have would die with her. Those old fools out there knows this as well. I doubt they will be stupid enough to refuse our summoning with the celestial edict. Besides, what can Bai Ning do by herself? Even if we can't kill her, keeping her at bay is easily within our ability, let alone adding in help from the outside. Coughing hard while lying in bed, the old witch weakly forces a smile with her palish face. Keepers, please take me with you, I want to go as well. Her voice was extremely faint, smaller than that of a fly, which only made her look all the more pitiful and weak. Ruoshi, your health is not good. Why are you asking to come? Keeper Zun asks with warmth in his voice, a total difference to his earlier cold attitude. I can handle it. All of you are working so hard for me. How can I hide here like a coward? Keeper Zun, I know you're afraid my health will fail, but believe in your strength. I know all of you can protect me. The demon realm's about to be overturned, and Bai Yan's children are going to be slaughtered. As if I will stay here and not watch that important moment in person. There's also another reason the old witch wanted to go in person as well, and that was to retrieve the crescent moon amulet. She needs to make sure it returns to her possession because it's the only item able to prove to these keepers that she's the supposed savior. Without it, would they continue to believe her lies? Maybe and maybe not. Regardless of the future, she's not going to give them even that sliver of a chance to doubt her. If Ruoshi wants to go, then let her come along. I'm curious though, why did those bastards from the demon realm steal her amulet? We all know it's special and can't be used by just anyone. It's then Keeper Zun brought up this important bit of fact, which left everyone frowning in the room due to the dilemma. Bai Yan's return too. Keeper Zun. The old witch makes a bittersweet smile. This is my fault, the blame is on me. I accidentally exposed the secret of my amulet to those demons thinking they wouldn't try to steal it off me. They believe they can also be the ones to save both realms instead of me. Wheezing in her breath due to the difficulty of speaking, the woman looked incredibly pale now, like she's in pain. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I got complacent because I was able to resonate with my amulet and learn of its name being All Heaven. But I exposed All Heaven to those demons. After they learned of this, they snatched it off my hands and said they should be the ones to use it. Even though the poison has entered her body for some time now and caused huge damages inside, it's still not enough to hinder her foul nature from coming out. Her words were very effective, which roused a strong response from the crowd because this would be the first time the woman said the amulet resonated. This time we can't hold back any longer. I'm going to gather everyone right now, and together we will rip those shameless demons to shred. Demon City. Not far away in the sky, Bai Yan was currently leading her son by holding his hand while flying forward in a very fast pace. And behind her, there's an immaculate-looking young man that's also keeping pace from the rear. Frowning in the face after noticing the strange movement on the ground, the woman stops traveling and begins to observe downwards. Son, do you see how many people are heading in one direction? I believe something has happened in the celestial realm while we were away. Mother, The steam bun also appeared worried after assessing the strange behavior of the people below. I also feel the same way. Those people below, I think they are all heading towards the demon city. If it's just some ordinary people, then it's nothing to be worried about, but according to their senses, they could tell even the lowest level among the wave of individuals down there are at the middle divine with some high divines mixed in here and there. But more importantly, there's also one demi-divine lord. The celestial realm has more demi-divine lords? Bai Yan's heart began to pound at the thought. Unlike those who are rash and brash, the woman has always been the careful type, hence the reason why she made a spy agency back in the human world. Though she's never met all the keepers in person, but she had made sure to remember their portraits long ago. And right here, this demi-divine lord, she didn't recognize him at all. Yin Yen, demi-divine lords aren't unique to the celestial palace. There are others living out in the celestial realm. It's then Mo Li Shang, the young man, speaks up after understanding why the woman was acting so perplexed. These individuals are not part of any power and are usually on their own, therefore, it's widely recognized that the keepers are the strongest force. Of course, there's also the factor of the celestial palace acting in a dictatorship manner. That's why no one have been able to surpass their influence and power. If they did find anyone able to challenge their authority, they would have long been erased by those old fools. Now Bai Yan's heart only got more worried. Let's go, we need to get back to the demon city right away. I have a bad feeling about all this. Something must have happened while we weren't around. There's no way the residents of the demon city wouldn't notice the huge movement of forces on their border. That's why the defenders were already ready for any attack. It's just that the expected time frame for this maneuver came faster than planned. I knew the Celestial Palace would begin their attack on us, but not this quickly. Only 5 days. Bai Ning sighs at the unfortunate event. Bai Yan's return 3. Grandma. Di Lingyan squirms into Bai Ning's arm to gain a sense of protection after noticing the oppressive air around everyone. Lingyan. The woman's heart ached at the little fella's innocent gaze that's staring up to herself. Why are you out here? Is your father awake already? Shaking her little head. No, father is still asleep in the bedchamber. When will mother come back? She's been gone for an awful long time. If mother is back, then I'm sure there will be a way to wake up father. The poor grandmother only kept silent at the careless remark. She wanted to say everything would be fine and that Bai Yan would return very soon. But that would be a lie, and she couldn't do that to this little baby that's so innocent and kind. Lingyan, I'm going to send you to a good place, okay? Huh? The girl blinks in a confused manner. Is grandmother going to leave me behind? No, of course not, silly. Swiping the baby's nose as a little tease, Bai Ning forms a smile to reassure her depressed granddaughter. The place I'm sending you to is where a friend of mine lives. He's a demon like you. I saved him by coincidence a long time ago, and now he's currently resting there to heal. If I send you there, then I'm sure he will protect you, knowing you're my family. This time it was Di Lingyan to go quiet. Staring downwards in a contemplative manner, the girl apparently had to take a moment to process the idea before looking back up. Grandmother, is something going to happen to the demon city? Can't you solve it? Are those bat people coming back? Bai Ning undoubtedly became shocked by how perceptive this little child was. It's true she's trying to keep the baby out of harm's way by sending her away, but to be so easily exposed went beyond her imagination. You need to believe in grandmother here, Lingyan, the city is fine. Showing a helpless smile. If something really is about to happen, then I wouldn't be able to send you away, would I? Grandma is lying. Something is clearly happening in the city. I'm not going. I'm going to stay here and wait for mother to come back. Pouting her lips, the demon princess stubbornly refuses. Unfortunately for the lass, the grandmother there didn't intend to give her a choice. Right as she's distracted, Bai Ning used one of her needles and poked the child's sleeping point. Lingyan, I'm sorry. You're too smart, so grandmother here can only resort to such means. Grandma. Growing increasingly faint as her little mind became more and more tired. Try as she might, Di Lingyan eventually succumbs to the trick and fell fast asleep, but not before a trickle of tear came rolling down those eyes. Bai Ning saw this reaction and knew why. Tightly holding the baby up to give one last hug with her own face, the woman honestly wanted to keep her around but knew it could do only bad in that option. Grandma. It's then another soft and childish voice came from the rear. It's Jin Tian, the baby girl's twin brother. He didn't hear the whole conversation but did catch the part where his sister fell asleep. What is Ling Yan doing? Your sister is tired and needs to rest. Bai Ning smiled as the boy tries to check up on his sister. Jin Tian, do you want to go visit a paradise I own? There's a lot of delicious things there like fruits and candies. I'm sure you will find a lot of surprises there. That did it. The little glutton could be seen drooling right then and there. A sure sign he's been baited. I'm going, Grandma, take me. Smirking at her own success, Bai Ning finally felt a little proud at her own achievement. Compared to the granddaughter, this grandson was a lot easier to deceive. Bai Yan's return for, I'm sorry Jin Tian, Grandma here is not free to go with you. I will have First Elder take you though. Once you're over there you must take care of your sister, okay? Okay. The little glutton desperately nodded without suspecting a thing. I will take good care of my sister. I will give her the delicious things first, so hurry Grandma. Tell First Elder to take us now. I want to eat the delicious fruits. I wonder if the fruit there is as good as the Sky Mountains. I miss those fruits. The ones here aren't good at all, not sweet and all icky. Thinking up to here, Jin Tian's lip immediately found his face forming into a pouting expression. He misses his old home where no one would hurt him nor try to steal his food away. Jin Tian, go find your sister Muing and have her go with you as well. I have something I need to say to First Elder. She says after noticing the arrival of the old elder. Some things mustn't be said in front of the boy, regardless of how gullible he was at heart. A while later after the child was gone, the first to break the ice was the woman herself. First Elder, I need to ask you a favor. Please take the kids to a certain place to dodge the upcoming battle. Return if the fighting is done, but if I fall in battle then don't bring them back. She may be showing a sad smile like someone facing death, but her eyes are strong and unyielding. Madam Bai Ning, you should take them instead. I will stay behind to defend the city. This crisis is ours to bear. Furthermore, you are the Queen's mother. You shouldn't be staying to face such danger. The elder replies with a bittersweet smile of his own, knowing full what it means to stay behind. Shaking her head and causes the old senior to stare upwards in shock by what she says. Yin Yin cares a lot about the demon realm. Whatever my daughter cares about is what I care about. I will guard this place while she is gone. If the city lives then I live, if the city falls then I will fall with it. The elder's heart shook as he got quiet. He could argue with that determination. Here, take this map. The route I've marked will likely be the safest. Also, she suddenly stopped as if she's thought of something bad. If I am unfortunate enough to face my end during the upcoming battle, then help me go back to the human world. Tell my husband it's my blessing to have met him in this life. I hope he can forgive me in not being able to return to him. And I still have a brother and father over there. Please help take care of them. At this moment Bai Ning suddenly found that her life has too many things to worry and care about. But she really didn't have a choice in this matter. True, the woman did consider the idea of retreating from this city with all its residences, but what then afterwards? Go back to the main territory of the demon realm? It won't stop the forces of the celestial realm from invading, and what then? It would only create a bigger war and bigger casualty in doing so. What's more, Bai Yin hasn't returned yet. As her mother, Bai Ning doesn't want to leave without making sure her daughter was safe. First Elder had nothing more to say at this point. He knows persuasion was out of the question, and if he did make the lady leave then who's going to defend the city? Himself? He would of course, but the strength he held wouldn't be able to make a difference. Madam Bai Ning, I will remember your requests, and I will also protect the princess and prince with my life, that I promise. Closing his eyes like he's grown older, First Elder had to take a big breather before opening them again. However, his gaze was solid and firm, a sign he's going to see through to his vow at the cost of his own life. Bai Yan's return 5. Demon City. There's only a loud rumbling ruckus outside its defensive walls at this point. Its defenders are now trapped with no way out. Have the demons get out here. Under the oppressive air of the looming sky, this chanting phrase kept echoing with no end in sight. Exactly then, as if to answer that demand, a snowy white figure came flying out towards this horde of enemies that want to destroy those inside. It's a woman, a very beautiful one at that. If not for the high and mighty gaze holding these people in contempt, the males here would have likely fallen for her at first sight. "You're a resident of this demon city?" An old man wearing a robe made of linen material stepped forward, his eyes narrowing into an examining fashion. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a human, right?" Wah! The crowd flew into an uproar at this unexpected news. As a human being, colluding with demons and monsters during this period was unheard of. It's equivalent to treason and would be executed without reason. And what if I'm human? The queen of the demon world is my daughter. I won't allow anyone to move against this city while that's so. Bai Ning sarcastically responds, showing not an ounce of shame and only pride at her daughter's status. By the time she finished, the demon soldiers stationed along the wall had already marched out of the gates to stand in battle formation. They're fully ready for what's coming since this was expected, and not some surprise attack. Amongst the army ranks, the most eye-catching and noticeable would have to be the old goat Dragonflame and his longtime compatriot from the underground world, half Ching Sing the demoness with half a snake face. Although both of them knew their current strength wouldn't hold a candle against those demi-divine lords right now, it doesn't change their will to fight beside Bai Ning. "Madam." The old man saw that the other side was human, so his initial killing intent had receded somewhat. Sighing like it's a shame to be fighting a fellow demi-divine lord. "You should know what we are here for. For the sake of humanity, hand over the little princess under your protection and I will guarantee your safety." The other demi-divine lords here right now in the battlefield aren't from the Celestial Palace, so they're not as tyrannical in their behavior. Nevertheless, death was a scary factor that could drive anyone to move if it's avoidable. Bai Ning's face only carried a cynical snarl at the demand. "Death of the celestial realm has nothing to do with me, nor will I hand over my own granddaughter for your people's sake. Today, unless you can bury me under this soil, none will take another step forward." Charging in a flash, her figure descends from the sky at breakneck speed to attack the foe. She's done talking at this point. "If so, then you leave us no choice." Likewise, the old man in charge of this fighting force also draws his blade to meet the assault head-on. Just like that, the curtain to this war has been drawn, signaling the start of the clash between demon and celestials. By Yan's return, 6. The battle did not last long before the members of the Celestial Palace appeared on the battlefield. Right away and without surprise, Keeper Ling was full of resentment along his old eyes after accessing the situation. He's literally grinding his teeth because he's now realized the deception. Truth was this old fella had been there for a while, just that due to fear of the woman, he had kept himself hidden in the back and kept watching. Then that's when the truth hit him after some observation. The strength portrayed by the woman was obviously different from the previous battle. In other words, he's been tricked by some secret method that could raise a person's power without any form of defect. Bai Ning didn't know nor care about the other side's thought though. She's entirely focused on the battle at hand due to how vicious the opponents are. Sure, the woman was a demi-divine lord, but fighting several foes at the same level was straining to say the least. For the rest of the demons defending the city, they aren't faring so well either. Many have died after the initial clash, with most suffering from some sort of wound by this point. However, the will to fight hasn't elevated in the least due to the deep hatred they had for the celestial realm. It's their life's goal to get payback for the humiliation their kind suffered a millennium ago, something that has fully ingrained into their bones from birth. "Keeper Ling, didn't you say that Bai Ning is very strong and that we need to be wary of her? From the way I see it, she's no more than our equal at best." Speaking here was Keeper Yellow, the one who disliked the grumpy senior the most. "I was deceived by her, that I admit." Keeper Ling immediately got all ugly in the face as he huffed a grunt over the remark. "Regardless, it's a good thing for us knowing she's not as strong as I believed. Now we won't have to enact the previous plan and directly attack the city instead. The demon princess will be ours." Without further ado, the old senior shot out like a cannonball to begin his own redemption. Bang! Due to how unexpected the attack was, plus the fact that it came from her rear, Bai Ning had to struggle hard to swing around in time to force a palm strike of her own. Even so, the recoiling force from the impact of two immense powers were more than enough to send her stumbling backwards due to the loss of balance. But this effect was nowhere enough to satiate the grumpy keeper. Not giving the woman a chance to retaliate or to get her head together, He launches into a barrage like a mountain crushing down at an ant. He's relentless and had no intent to hold back. Keeper Yellow, you protect Ruashi here, we will join the fight. She won't last much longer if we don't get the antidote soon. Furrowing along the brow, the kind Keeper Zune says before charging into the fray as well. He's got a bad feeling about all this but couldn't figure out why. Not long ago, Di Ling Yan and Di Jin Tian were both taken away by First Elder as planned before the final enclosure could be made around the city. And as a safety precaution, the Elder also took the crazy old coot with them in order to ensure there's no possible danger. For that reasoning, Winger did not leave with the group and stayed behind. The Queen is my lifesaver, and Madame Bai Ning is her mother. Standing beside the gate entrance was the Birdman himself. He could have fled on his own or tagged along with the part if he insisted, but his consciousness wouldn't allow that and kept him here in this station. He's been watching the fighting and had a grim outlook on the way the battle was turning out. Winger, what are you doing? Are you just going to keep standing here and watch while everyone dies before your very eye? No, I won't do this. She may not be here in person, but I must do what I can to protect her family. That's the least I can do for all the mistakes I've done so far. By Yan's return 7. Due to the constant barrage of assaults from multiple opponents, Bai Ning's figure eventually started to show signs of overexertion. She's less agile and clearly whiter in the face as the battle dragged out. Noticing this, Keeper Ling wanted to press his advantage and push for another attack. However, it's exactly then the thunderous sky above their heads suddenly stopped rumbling and turned into a grayish mass. Bang! Not expecting to be attacked from the rear himself, the old grumpy keeper found his chest taking a heavy blow, thus causing a huge amount of blood to come pouring out of his mouth. Who are you? He asks with a shocked look in the face after regaining his footing. The old fella never experienced such a cold hard glare before, and such power. It's actually making him feel uneasy inside. Winger. Yun Ruashi became shocked as well by the sight. No, it can't be. This is not the Winger that I know. That person is a weak-minded fool. Not this one here with such an intense dominant aura. Who am I? Winger chuckles sarcastically. Yun Ruashi should know me better than anyone here. I am the one she used for the past several hundred years and shoved aside once she was done. Keeper Ling's expression changed greatly, mostly in the irate fashion. Ruashi is not such a person, it's useless to frame her. We will not believe anything you say, fiend. Frame her? Ha ha ha, as if she is worth me framing her? She took the Queen's amulet and used it to mislead me. Otherwise, why else would I follow her orders for the past several centuries? Fortunately, I now know the truth. It's you fools who are still being lied to by her, and being toyed around like idiots. The keepers naturally wouldn't believe a single word from the Birdman, but that doesn't mean it would be the same for those not of the Celestial Palace. This was especially true for the demi-divine lords called upon for this battle. They have stopped fighting after the initial uproar from the weaker soldiers, and are staring over to demand an explanation. Keeper Ling, is what he said true or not? You need to give us an explanation. One of the leading figures in the battlefield comes forward, his voice heavy and demanding. Keeper Ling. It's then the old witch spoke up using her weak but angry voice like she's been humiliated. I do not know this demon, nor do I know why he's trying to frame me. I may not be some great saint in this world, but I am not one to be pushed over just because of my good nature. They've already stole my possession. This is unjust to say the least. Of course, compared to the words of a demon, these men from the celestial realm would much rather believe someone that's on their side. I didn't expect the demon realm to be this shameless. It's already one thing to steal other people's possession, then to turn it around and say it's the other side that's robbed you? That's right. Miss Ruashi's amulet is something I've heard about as well. They say the one who controls the amulet will reign supreme, and that not just anyone can activate it. Even if you demons take it away, it's of no use to you. Upon hearing the voices of all those on their side trying to defend herself, the old witch's sickly mouth began to form a smirk. She's very cheeky due to her own success. Bai Yan's return 8. So what if Bai Yan got those demons to take back the amulet? The people from the celestial realm will never believe her. Moreover, the old witch has also decided that Bai Yan doesn't have the ability to activate the amulet. If she did have the ability, then why did she give her the item all those years ago? Presumably. This amulet, it's not hers either. She probably snatched it from someone else as well. Winger's gaze grew even more colder now after being refuted. Originally he wanted to stall for time until Deetsong awakens, but it seems he underestimated the trust these people had for the Celestial Palace. Yun Ruoshi, I made a grave mistake when I mistakenly believed you. So today I, Winger, will use my life as proof to redeem myself. I am a member of the demon realm, and will have nothing to do with the celestial realm. Boom! His momentum blows up like a storm after that vow, growing several times more powerful than earlier. If the Birdman's aura could be considered worrying for the enemy earlier, then he's downright threatening after powering up like this. Keeper Ling naturally perceived this drastic change. He's tremoring inside, not out of cowardice, but an instinctive fear of the opponent at a cellular level. So without a single word, this arrogant and grumpy senior did the only thing that came to his mind: turn tail and flee to the rear for cover. The other keepers also reacted similarly. Sadly for them though, a few were too late in their pace. They simply didn't think it's possible for the Demon City to hide someone so powerful that's not of the Demon King. PFFFF. One of the slowest runners didn't even know what hit him then. Without a moment to retaliate, this poor keeper came crashing down to the ground in heavy thud, his eyes showing an intense fear at the ever-encroaching bird demon. Winger didn't have time to waste here though, like most people would be doing while they are at an advantage. He randomly picked up a sword from the battlefield and swung down at his decapitated foe, causing a huge gash to be ripped down the keeper's back. There's enormous blood splatter due to the destructive energy in there. This was exactly what Keeper Ling saw when he turned his head to take a look at his rear. It's horrific in the eye of this man, something he never even thought possible for a demi-divine lord to be slain so easily. Gritting his teeth. Who the hell are you? The queen is my lifesaver. Because she is my lifesaver, I will not allow anyone to harm her family. A shudder ran through the old witch's heart after she heard what Winger said in his reply. She's very weak and needed to lean in against an old tree for support. Even so, this condition still didn't hinder her from clenching up those hands into a ball. Why didn't Winger show such power when following me? Why only when he's by Yan's side does he become this powerful? This man, did he do it on purpose? Deliberately hide his power? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated and irate this old witch became. Though to be fair, this time it's not Winger's fault for misleading the woman. It's not on purpose, rather it's for self-preservation from those hunting this Birdman, which manifested into reality right then and there as the destructive lightning of purplish hue materializes above his head. Winger saw this change of course and it made him fall into a panic. He honestly thought there would be more time for him to move before his whereabout was known. But no matter. He's decided to see through to the end and won't stop even if it meant his burial would be at hand. By Yan's return 9. The ones killed thus far may happen to be only from the Celestial Palace, but those summoned for this battle was still falling into a panic. They came to help win a war, not to throw their lives away. So, after a brief exchange of looks between themselves, these demi-divine lords all turned tail and fled in all directions like it didn't matter anymore. Winger didn't go after these individuals despite the opening. His focus remained solely on the keepers at hand. Like a mighty tiger that's been provoked, he flew for Keeper Yellow next and smacked a direct punch at his back, causing the old elder to shoot dozens of meters out in the process. Bai Ning didn't move despite being beside the Birdman. She's just as shocked as the others because the guy didn't show any sign of being this powerful. Heck, if the woman had known the guy was this strong, she wouldn't have schemed on Keeper Ling and directly killed the old fella at the last encounter. Unfortunately, Winger did not know what's going through Bai Ning's mind right now, nor the old witch's for that matter. If he had only took a glance, even a simple whip of his eyes toward Yun Ruoshi, then he would surely discover the sour jealous glare coming his way. Damn him! That power should have been mine to use. How dare he betray me and turn to Bai Yan's side? In light of what she thought, the old witch felt more of a sense of regret than anger. If she knew how capable Winger was then she would never have treated him like so back then. Such a valuable tool was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom! Suddenly, right as the Birdman was about to attack to finish off Keeper Yellow, a purplish bolt of lightning roared down from sky. It came way too fast, leaving the recipient without room to avoid. With a tremble after the hit, Winger felt blood swirling up from his throat but kept it down through sheer force and will. He's resolved to kill the members of the Celestial Palace. Until he succeeds, he won't stop. Madam Bai Ning, Uncle Dragonflame, all of you leave now, go. He cries out with anxious urgency. You? Taken aback by the tone, Bai Ning makes a perplexed face. What's the matter? Go. Without explaining, Winger dropped this sentence and charged yet again. Perhaps the thunderbolt affected his strength too much, but the Birdman could no longer finish off a demi-divine lord in one instantaneous blow. But even so, under his mighty fist, Keeper Yellow once again flew out several meters and puked even more blood. Ha ha! You demons are getting retribution from the heavens now. Ah ha ha ha! The blood-ridden old elder coughs and laughs with deep cynical sarcasm. Sinking in his complexion, Winger once again throws another punch at a different keeper to vent his frustration. However, those sharp eyes of his never once left Keeper Yellow while speaking. If the demons have done so much bad things, then why are the thunders only going after me? Even if there is divine retribution, it's only directed at me. It's I who's done too many evil. Ha ha ha. You can ask Yun Ruoshi yourself. Ask her how many evil deeds I did in the past century for her. He won't allow anyone to frame the demon realm. If there's any blame to be had, then it's on him. He's going to shoulder it all. That's his conviction and determination. Against the retort, Keeper Yellow obviously wanted to say some more mocking words. However, he's not getting the opportunity because Winger obviously intends to kill him before he did so. By Yan's return 10. As the destructive bolts of lightning grew more and more intense as it continued to blast Winger's unyielding body, the Birdman's outer appearance had fallen into a bloodied mess. He's struggling to keep up his strength, but it's obvious the strain was beginning to wear at his soul. You want to know what I did to deserve this? Do you? I'll tell you all. He yells with flaming ferocity. 200 years ago, there was a high divine in the Celestial Palace who didn't like Yun Ruoshi and badmouthed her. As a consequence of that, she ordered me to kill that individual. I killed him like she wished. 100 years ago, she saw a demonic beast that refused to obey her. Guess what? She ordered me to catch it for her, and I did like she wished. That poor creature, that demon got skinned alive and then was left for dead in the mountains by her. With every word that came out of Winger's mouth, the more he trembled, like he's venting the inner guilt and hatred he had for himself due to all the sins he committed. Not even the thunder could hide his emotional voice upon mentioning that story. He thought the old witch only wanted to contract that demonic beast. That's why he helped her catch it. To think the real reason was just because the vile woman only wanted to vent her anger. Then by the time he figured out what has transpired, it was too late. The creature was long dead by then. Worst of all, he did the stupidest thing possible afterwards. He forgave her. How dumb could he have been? Forgiving such a vile evil being. Any normal person would have long left after that incident. 50 years ago, there were two maids in the Celestial Palace gossiping about the Celestial Lord and claimed they wanted to be his consort. They disappeared the next day. Ha ha ha. They didn't disappear at all. I'm the one who offed them after Yun Ruoshi ordered me to. 30 years ago. As the details slowly came to light, Winger's momentum continued to grow more murderous. He's not able to muster more strength, but it doesn't hinder his killing intent from showing, and that's exactly what's happening. Now you tell me, why wouldn't the thunderbolts come after me? And these evil things, they're all done at the request of that Yun Ruoshi. She also ordered me to kill the Demon Realm's prince and princess. Fortunately, I woke up in time and learned to refuse her request. At this point, the only keeper that hasn't been toppled over was Keeper Ling, the grumpy old fella who continued to resist the Birdman's relentless assault. However, the fight was done after the final thunder came down on Winger. The Birdman was on his last leg after that hit, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. Naturally, Keeper Zun and the other toppled keepers were all very much stunned in the face. They are willing to believe the old witch with their hearts, but this story, it's too detailed to be false. This was especially true when the Celestial Palace did experience many mysterious disappearances over the years. That's also making the story more convincing. How could such a good girl do such a bad thing? Madam Bai Ning. Winger wanted to say some more. Sadly, his strength has been depleted by the thunder. Moreover, The strong woman herself wasn't untouched by the impacting force either. It's also hurting her. Winger, how can I help you? Is there any way to stop these lightnings? Bai Ning asked anxiously. The Birdman could do nothing but shake his head. He knows well enough that unless he dies, these thunderous clouds would never disperse. Bai Yan's return 11. So, this time I will die without a doubt. In this instant, all that could come to Winger's mind was a lovely and stubborn little face, his cold eyes showing a flicker of reluctance at that image. Princess, I'm afraid in the future, I can't stay with you anymore. Watch out. Dragonflame saw how a lightning was directly coming down above Bai Ning and Winger's head, so he hurried to drag the woman away. The old goat wanted to save Winger too, but if he tried to move him as well, it would be a pointless effort because the target was obviously him. Boom! This time the impacting force was incredibly violent, more so than any other strike from before. And sure enough, Winger's body instantly exuded a burnt smell and appeared scorched and black. The old goat couldn't hold it in anymore despite his own fears of that power. Letting go of the queen's mother, he sped over to his acquaintance's son to see if he's fine. He knew it wouldn't be good, but the condition of the victim went beyond his expectation. Winger had reverted back to his bestial bird form and laid there silently on the ground. Winger! He calls out tentatively to see if there's a reaction. At this moment, the old goat felt indescribable pain as emotions ran wild in his old heart. Unfortunately, no response came of that beckoning. There's only blood, a reddish-burnt fluid seeping out of Winger's body. A sure sign that the worst possible outcome has befallen the victim. Against this sort of picture, Dragonflame knew it's too late for him to help. If it wasn't for these people from the celestial realm, he wouldn't have died. This is all those bastards' fault. Dragonflame, you go deal with those people, I'll think of a way to save him. Bai Ning says with clenched teeth, her eyes sharp as a knife while staring straight up at the looming cloud of electric might above their heads. Although Winger's status was that of a guard in the city, but make no mistake, everyone knew the Birdman could have fled without sacrificing himself. He's here because of Bai Yan. For that reason alone, Bai Ning mustn't give up even if it means challenging whatever powers behind that thunderstrike. Just as the proud woman's about to step forward to do the unimaginable, a light call suddenly came down from the rear. Mother! After hearing this voice, the startled woman gradually looked up, her sight slowly landing on a similar face to her own. Yen, when did you get back? Normally Bai Ning would have it no other way than to have her daughter return as soon as possible, but this moment here in the heat of a life-or-death battle, she didn't want to see the girl. Bai Yan did not answer Bai Ning's question, only descending with her son in tow from the sky. Mother, what's going on here? She didn't miss the burnt-looking bird on the ground and the incapacitated keepers further away. Bai Ning couldn't respond to that due to an unexpected change in the air. Right as the mother and son came down, this grandmother immediately noticed the power from the lightning promptly increasing and growing more tyrannical. And, instead of focusing in on Winger like it did before, the lightning bolts are now focused entirely on Bai Yan's spot. Yin, be careful. The grandmother urgently raised a hand to drag her family behind herself. Thankfully she did so too, because right afterwards, a lightning bolt had come striking down and leaving a deep hole right in front of them on the ground. Bai Yan gawked at the suddenness of it all. All she knew was that people from the celestial realm are here looking for trouble, but these thunderbolts, why would it want to kill her? Mother, are you all right? Furrowing in the brow, Bai Yin reaffirms everyone's well-being before looking for her own husband's shadow. It's within reason for this demon queen to expect her partner the demon king to be around when an invasion force was at their doorstep, yet Deetsong was nowhere to be found. At this realization, an uncomfortable sensation rattled the woman's heart. Did something happen to him? Where's Deetsong? She asks with a worried note. The Sky's Might 1, taken aback by the question, Bai Ning took a moment to reply. There isn't any issue with Deetsong's body anymore, but he's no waking up yet, so I don't know the situation either. Her words were akin to a rod, smashing down against Bai Yan's heart in heavy strides. In the end I came back way too late. Compared with the demon queen's anger and grief, Dragonflame only showed a look of joy along his old eyes. Queen, you are finally back. Before, when First Elder left, he gave me a message that the king can be awakened by the jade pendant he left with you. Do you have it still? That's the best thing a worried wife could hear about their husband's condition. Without delay. Really? It's true, Your Highness. That's what First Elder told me before he left with the prince and princess. Dragon Flame replies with earnest tone. Bai Yin holds a lot of trust for this old goat, so she didn't doubt the information. However, right as her fingers about to touch the jade pendant from Deetsong and hand it over. Boom! Thankfully Bai Yin was ready and escaped in the nick of time after being nearly hit the first time around. There's heavy scorch mark from where she stood, which alarmed the now alerted Demon Queen that it's no accident or coincidence before. Without another thought, she tosses the important pendant over to the old goat. Dragonflame, you go back and save Deetsong. I'll handle the fighting here. These lightnings came for her, and now that her husband was unconscious, it's only right as the wife that she controls the front. She's a woman and not a baggage. Mother, you take Xiachen and leave as well. After saying this, Bai Yin immediately threw her son over without asking for consent. No, mother. The steam bun became scared at being removed. Out of reflex, he wanted to grasp onto the sleeve to go back. Unfortunately, those small little hands weren't fast enough. All of you leave. Boom. Like a moth captured by the flame, those thunderous bolts once again came firing down at Bai Yan's spot. Yinner! Bai Ning cries out in fright at this horrific scene. She also wanted to go save her daughter, but the child in her arm was a package she couldn't ignore. In the end, this desperate pair of grandmother and grandson could only watch the numerous streaks of death come flying down like a bombardment. Ache? Being the only healthy individual from the celestial palace around, Keeper Ling just couldn't keep his trap shut in cases like these. A scourge will always be a scourge. Look, even the heavens want your life. That's what you get for stealing the amulet from Ruoxi. You deserve all the retributions you are getting, ha ha ha. Shut up. Bai Ning flew into a furious rage. Swinging her sword out at the nasty old man that wants her daughter dead, she promptly catches the old bastard in the heat of the moment to cause a deep scar along the face. If you say one more word, then I will have my sword land on that Ruoxi's head next. You? Going green at the indignation, Keeper Ling wanted to lash out but couldn't. He knows that with the woman's character, that's not an idle threat but a prediction. Most of the other keepers are still alive, but they're all injured in some way. That means there's no way to ensure absolute safety for Yun Ruoxi right now. Against such a risk, the old grumpy guy couldn't afford it. The skies might too. Mistress. Half Qing Sing saw the countless lightning spreading across the field and was appalled by the level of destructive might it controlled. What kind of power is this? This power was too much terrifying. Beyond anything this snake demoness has ever seen. Bai Ning panicked at the scene. The woman thought her willpower would stop that body from moving on its own due to the boy in her arms, but that's apparently a wrong assumption on her part. Without realizing it, the lady was already rushing towards where Bai Yin stood. Run away, Yinna, run away. Get out of this place. But no matter how fast Bai Ning's reflexive reaction was, she could never beat a speed that was a natural calamity. Before those feet could budge an inch, Bai Yan's figure had already been covered in a whole column of purplish bolts of death. From the various keepers' view, do you remember that man, what he said to us? The kind Keeper Zun stiffly looks up, his body rigid and shaking due to what he's seeing. There's fear and disbelief hovering in those old eyes. He said that once the whole sky is covered in a sea of purplish thunder, is when those long-forgotten entities will descend upon this world. Only the bearer of the crescent-shaped amulet can save us, our salvation. And the sword he left us. Don't you find that the thunder in front of us very similar to the power inside the sword? Yun Ruoxi the Old Witch was more afraid than any of the keepers right now, for she knew what it could mean for herself. The calamity has come? Is this what they meant by the calamity? No way. The predicted time is still far away. How can it be now? Who can survive under this power? Thank goodness. Thank goodness my body isn't recovered yet. This way those keepers will still protect me as their last remaining hope. At the very least I can survive for a while longer. Tightly biting her own bits, the old witch may be able to fool her own mind, but make no mistake, the trembling in her body wasn't unknown to this woman. The reasoning? It's due to how appalling and horrific that lightning storm was. Boom! In this second, this very moment, Bai Ning felt like her entire world's collapsing as she watched her daughter become engulfed in that horrific mass of light. Mother, mother! Bai Xiachen as well. He's crying out with excruciating pain plastered all over his face. Why? What did mother do wrong that everyone wants us dead? We never provoked anyone on our own. It wasn't until the smoke cleared before everyone could see what's truly transpired. But when they did, the ghastly scene wasn't what they expected. Instead of the woman being torn to shreds, the huge bird that was Winger had shielded the intended recipient and took the blunt of that barrage. Imagine being near death and sustaining a second lethal blow of unimaginable proportion. There's no way Winger wouldn't die from this under normal circumstances. How could this be? Half Ching Sing the snake demoness cusps her mouth in disbelief and shock. Isn't Winger dead before? How could he have gotten up on his own after sustaining the first injury? Impossible, that couldn't have been possible. The Sky's Might 3. Have we met before? Bai Yin asks the huge bird shielding herself with furrowed confusion. She doesn't know why either, but the lady here got this strange sensation that they know each other from somewhere. As if to answer that question, Winger's dreadful-looking face showed a reaction in the form of opening those tightly shut eyes. He doesn't know if Bai Yin here was the same person from back then in that dark place, but he does know one thing: the warmth he felt, he's feeling it right here from this person. That's all he needs to know. That flicker of warmth keeping him going all those years ago has returned. Are you all right? Bai Yin asks again, her voice growing emotional for reasons unknown to herself. No words came though from the bird. Make no mistake, Winger should have been down and at his last legs before Dragonflame and the rest was sure of it. However, he stood back up out of sheer will. That's the determination he had in protecting the light in his heart. Bai Yan's expression changed after realizing what's going to happen to her savior. Trying hard to push the huge bird aside so the lightning wouldn't hit him anymore. Let go of me. If you continue like this, then even your soul will perish. She still doesn't know who Winger was. But in her previous life too many have sacrificed themselves for her. Allowing more in this life went against everything she stands for. Despite the plea, the huge bird didn't budge. Not because Winger didn't want to, of course. Rather, it's due to his draining life force. Merely opening those eyes were all he could muster in his current state, let alone budge his huge body. You let go, I'm ordering you to let go. At this point Bai Yan's voice had started to tremble with pain, which manifested in the form of flowing tears that she didn't thought would come. Not far away, Yun Ruoshi was taking this all in with begrudging hatred. She's jealous, venomously jealous at the way the bird was protecting her arch-nemesis. Why didn't Winger offer to die for me when he followed me? Why is he willing to die for that bitch instead of me? If I had known this Winger will betray me, then I would have tortured the bastard to death. Now it's all benefiting that bitch Bai Yan. Just when the venomous witch wanted to do something out of frustration, Bai Yan's roaring laugh suddenly cuts her off. There are tears mixed in with that laughter, but more were leaning towards a sort of dismissing arrogance at the world. I don't care what you are or where you're from, but I know one thing. You're not a heavenly thunder. Go ahead and send it my way if you got the ability. I will show you that you're nothing. I, Bai Yan, am not afraid of anyone. Whoever dares to hurt the people around me will pay sooner or later. I will slaughter you all. Bang! After saying this taunt, Bai Yan found the strength to finally push the bird, shielding herself aside so he doesn't get caught in the crossfire. There's proud light gleaming out of the lady's eye, which showed how much of a contempt she had for the thunder above her head. Sure enough, the looming clouds began to swirl and rumble even harder as if enraged by the mockery. There's no one here who couldn't feel the intensifying pressure in the air. That's how much power was gathering for the next blow. Despite the incredible scene taking place before their very eyes, not everyone was hypnotized on the lady. Keeper Zun here was one of the more aware of his surroundings when he turned to the old witch. Ruoshi, I remember you said you made a connection with the amulet a few days ago, didn't you? Sounding guilty in her voice. Only a little though, I can't be sure if I can activate the amulet. Plus, I am now poisoned by the toxin inside my body. I'm afraid it will affect my ability to perform. The Sky's Might 4? We can't care about it so much anymore. This is not a thunderstorm. It's the calamity itself. If we don't find a way to stop it, then it will just be a matter of time before the entire celestial realm becomes destroyed. Sinking in the face until it's a dark shade, Keeper Zun struggles but manages to get himself upright to face Bai Yen. Demon Queen, hand over the amulet. What amulet? Don't pretend anymore. Ruoxi have already told me everything. You had your subordinate steal it from her, and wants to become the amulet's owner. I'm telling you now, that powerful individual said there can only be one owner, and that only Ruoxi can activate it. Even if you have the amulet, it's useless to you. This was one of the main reasons they endured the old witch's incompetence for all these years. In these old keepers' mindset, aside from Yun Ruoxi, no one else could activate it. The amulet is not with me. Dropping this answer, Bai Yen turns away to confront the thundercloud like she heard something stupid. Getting uglier in his old face, Keeper Zun doesn't give up. Demon Queen, unless you hand over the amulet, then no one can live through the calamity. We won't demand the handover of your daughter anymore. All we ask is you return what you stole so we can all live. The amulet is here with me. Just then, an old voice came from the direction of the city's gate, which caught Bai Yan's attention right away due to its familiarity. Don't worry, mistress. I have given the pendant to the king as you instructed. I am back because of your amulet now. That said, Dragonflame promptly raised his hand to reveal the crescent-shaped object. Keeper Zun recognized the amulet of course and flew into a joyous outcry. That's it, that's the amulet. Return it at once and our celestial palace will not blame you for stealing it. Haha. The old goat merely laughed at the demand. Do you think things will be settled just because you say so? This is my mistress's property to begin with. Since that Yun Ruoxi kept it for so many years, our demon realm will naturally want some interest back for the loan. Without hesitation, the old goat threw the object in his hand out for Bai Yen to catch. Bai Yen felt it the first second she held all heavens in her palm. It's regenerating her wounds at an incredible speed and refreshing her soul. All heaven, she murmurs with emotional attachment. You're finally back. Quit pretending, Bai Yen, Keeper Zun lashes out. He's annoyed thinking it's a pretentious act. You only found out its name through Ruoxi's mouth. We won't be fooled. We all know you're the scourge of the celestial realm. The prophecy foretold your undoing so you can stop the act. In these old fools' mind, Bai Yen was the scourge that would bring destruction to all while Yun Ruoxi was the savior and would save them all. That's why they would do what they did back then, murder Bai Yen and her unborn child. The Sky's Might 5. Bai Yen slowly closes her eyes, ignoring the old ignorant fool words to focus on the peace inside herself. Grandma, what's wrong with mother? Bai Xiachen nervously holds on to Bai Ning's hand and asked with those big eyes of his. He's afraid of the worst possible outcome coming true again. Bai Ning did not answer the child's question though, only fixing her eyes solely on her own daughter and not knowing what to think of it. Whoosh! Suddenly the amulet bursts forth a gentle light, shrouding both Bai Yen and Winger in a ray of warmth since he's right beside the lady. Originally Keeper Zun still wanted to continue his persuasion when this occurred. However, he stopped on the very second that light exploded out to cover the two. He's frozen there, standing like an idiot that didn't know what to make of this reality. What's going on? Why is this not making sense? Is the world making a joke with us? Why is Ruoxi's amulet showing a reaction to Bai Yen? The old witch also saw this, of course. Likewise, she froze for a little bit before breaking out into horror and panic. In a brisk of instinctive desire for survival, she rushed for Bai Yan's spot in order to steal the amulet back. Bang! Unfortunately for the deceiver, things won't turn out that easily in a situation like this. Before Yun Ruoxi could even make contact with those filthy claws of hers, the light shrouding Bai Yen and Winger suddenly turned fierce and threatening, blowing her out dozens of meters away and letting her puke blood due to the recoiling force. Bai Yen, it's mine, that's mine, return it to me. Give me back what's mine. She gave me the amulet back then, so it's mine now. What right does she have in taking it back? If it was in the past, then the keepers would crowd over to help pick the old witch up. Yet no one did today. They're too focused on what they're seeing and forgot she existed. I don't remember what happened 1,000 years ago anymore. Her eyes sneering and full of contempt at Yun Ruoxi. But I once had a dream. I dreamed that I personally handed all heaven over to a little girl by the name of Ruoxi so it can protect her. But if I had known you were such a backstabbing witch inside, then I would never have done so. It's only at this point and moment in their lives does the keepers of the celestial palace know what it means to be smacked with a stick. This stick, it hits them hard and dizzying, leaving them unable to think properly. Did Bai Yin just say she gave her the amulet? With their understanding of the old witch's personality, they naturally would believe it to be untrue. But it's clear that the amulet activated because of Bai Yan's touch. It protected her. Turns out they're the idiots one. From livid to despair, it's incredibly hard to describe the sort of faces Keeper Zun and the others were making right now. What's going on here, Rishi? Tell me what's going on. The kind keeper almost could breathe due to how much panting he was making. We believed in her for 1,000 years, spoiled her for 1,000 years, and at the end of the day the amulet goes and recognizes someone else as the owner? Ha ha ha. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. I don't know. Ghostly pale in the face, the slick-tongued deceitful liar that was Yun Ruoshi finally met her match today. No matter how smooth and quick-witted that brain of hers was, it's not going to help against reality. I really don't know. Ha ha ha, you don't know. You're telling us you don't know. The more he laughed, the more the tears came rolling down Keeper Zun's eye. Yun Ruoshi, we believed in you, we doted you. And now all you have to say to us is you don't know? This time, it's not only the kind-hearted keeper who's been chilled to the bone, the others are also shocked and despairing over the truth. Truly, none of them wants to admit to the fact that their choice a millennium ago was wrong. Ha ha ha. As if you people can't tell what's going on here? The old goat casually steps forward. This woman over there stole my mistress's amulet and claimed to be all heaven's owner. Oh right, that name too, she only learned of it through my mouth before. Why else would you idiots not hear about it prior until recently? Keeper Zun became painfully regretful as he closes his eyes slowly. He wants to change the past, but all that came was a weak helplessness from within. Indeed, until recently we never even heard of the amulet having a name. 1,000 years, Yun Ruoshi, you deceived us for 1,000 years. Quivering in the lip, the kind keeper bitterly mutters this aloud. Back then 1,000 years ago when all was well, they too had a good image of Bai Yin when the old coot brought her back. Who wouldn't like a good talented young girl, right? But it all changed once Yun Ruoshi came. She was brought into the celestial palace by Bai Yin herself. According to the story told to them, the girls are childhood friends and that Yun Ruoshi's older brother died protecting Bai Yin, hence the strong level of affection between the two. Going by that detail, it's estimated that's also the time where the amulet was given out to Yun Ruoshi by Bai Yin. It's for the older brother's sacrifice. But they didn't tell anyone about the exchange, otherwise why else would these keepers turn on Bai Yin after being framed as the scourge of the celestial realm? Turns out they're the idiots too. Isn't that funny? Keeper Zun did not hold back the self-mocking laughter inside of himself after that thought. When looking over to Yun Ruoshi, his eyes are now entirely filled with disappointment and nothing more. Keeper Zun, you listen to me, it's not like this. The old witch panics and wants to defend herself. However, this poor image she's trying to portray only deepens her guilty image. If you want us to believe in you again, then it's possible. If you can hold on to the amulet, then we will. Hearing this from the senior brought a flicker of hope to the woman's eye. She knows all heaven wouldn't give a reaction to her possession, so she's assuming the amulet wouldn't resist her either. Whatever the case may be, this deceitful old witch had no other choice but to push on. Bringing her broken body up from the ground, Yun Ruoshi staggers forward in a frantic manner for the only chance laid before her eyes. Bai Yin didn't hold the other side in her view though despite what's drawing closer. She's too immersed in her own world right now. Stop right there. Bai Ning wasn't as unfazed as her own daughter though. The lady flew into a rage at what's happening and wanted to push the other side away. However, in truth, she did not need to do anything because a gush of light poured out of the amulet and rocketed the old witch out. Imagine that. Yun Ruoshi had already been poisoned and injured from the repeated blows from the past. Now she's being forced to bear another blow from all heaven. No matter how resistant this cockroach was, she's not going to come out unscathed this time around. Why? Winger is like that and now this amulet is like that too. Why is everyone abandoning me after Bai Yin returns? Sprawled onto the ground with blood continuing to pour out of her mouth, Yun Ruoshi had nothing but despair plastered all over those eyes. You robbed my mother's things before so now it's considered rightfully returned. Bai Xiachen chimes in. his big blue eyes sharp and daggering at the foolish one that's on the ground. Despite his young age, the child's already showing the signs of a king, similar to his old man's there. Ho ho! The old goat also speaks up, knowing what everyone was thinking and questioning. All heaven is not a dead object or mortal item. Before it went into slumber because my mistress was not around, and now that she's returned it's only normal for the amulet to awaken. Also, he pauses, turning to meet the old witch's despairing gaze. Before, when my mistress gave you all heaven, she wanted it to protect you, so it did, but that doesn't mean all heaven doesn't have a will of its own. When it saw the cruelty and backstabbing nature of your character after you betrayed my mistress, it stopped sheltering you and went into slumber. That's what you get for repaying my mistress's kindness with evil. You deserve every bit of karma you get. It's exactly like Dragonflame said. All those years ago, when Bai Yin and Yun Ruoshi were still good friends, the amulet did do its part in sheltering the old witch with its miraculous powers. However, that all changed once it saw the fox cub being skinned alive by the old witch. Afterwards, the amulet went into a deep silencing slumber, refusing to activate itself again until this day. Freezing over the truth being pointed out, Yun Ruoshi flew into a rage of her own. Without a care anymore for her own image, she disgustingly snarls back at the old goat like it's some kind of joke. She treating me well? If she treated me well, then why did she not have that old coot take me in as a disciple? All she had to do was say a word and that's all. Why are all the good things taken over by her, and I'm left with nothing? Pausing as a huge cough overtakes her throat, the old witch seemingly overexerted herself in that rant. If she is nice to me, then why is she taking the amulet back? She gave it to me, so it's mine now. Why should I return it just because she deems it so? If I didn't scheme in delaying it, then she would have snatched it back months ago.